This pre-season tour here of the States is brought to you by Oxford Natural and Gowan Loud, your friends.
Oxford Natural.
And I tell you what,
yes.
They are not playing about,
Loud.
you are not playing about.
No.
You can scan the QR code on the screen to get 70% off.
Do it now. I'm Optimized.
What's going on, guys? Good morning. Welcome back to United View. Welcome back to Match View Live. Look at that. That's a disgrace. We've got some breaking news before we even start this Match View.
Breaking news.
Oh, yes. In just the last couple of minutes before we went live, the announcement has been made. It is official. Benjamin Sesko. Hit the button, Owen.
Benjamin Sesko
Is a Manchester United player indeed. Benjamin Sesko is confirmed to have made the switch from RB Leipzig to Manchester United. We knew today was Benjamin Sesko Day, and indeed it is. Manchester United just made the announcement in the last couple of minutes saying, quote, Manchester United is pleased to confirm that Benjamin Sesko has joined the club subject to registration. The Slovenia international has signed a contract until June of 2030, that being a 5-year deal. Over the past 2 seasons, Sesko has scored the most goals of any player under the age of 23 in Europe's top 5 leagues. The 22-year-old scored 21 goals and registered 6 assists for RB Leipzig during the last campaign. He has already been capped 41 times and scored 16 goals for Slovenia since becoming the country's youngest ever debutant in 2021. This is someone that's got a bit of pedigree about him, and the trajectory is up and rising for Sesko. Speaking of which, he had the following to say, Manchester United's latest summer signing. He said, quote, the history of Manchester United is obviously very special, but what really excites me is the future. When we discussed the project, it was clear that everything is in place for this team to continue to grow and compete for the biggest trophies again soon. From the moment that I arrived, I could feel the positive energy and family environment that the club has created. It is clearly the perfect place to reach my maximum level and fulfill all of my ambitions. I cannot wait to start learning from Ruben and connecting with my teammates to achieve the success that we all know we are capable of together. Now, the director of football at Manchester United, that being Jason Wilcox, said the following quote, Benjamin possesses a rare combination of electrifying pace. He's channeling the great one, The Rock there, the most electrifying pace, and the ability to physically dominate defenders, making him one of the most exceptional young talents in world football. We have followed Benjamin's career closely. All of our data analysis and research concluded that he has the required qualities and personality to thrive at Manchester United. That's a big paragraph right there, guys. That's a very big paragraph right there, because Manchester United in the past have been criticized for inept scouting, having so many scouts in the budget, having so many scouts being employed by the club, but actually a lot of them are rubbish. And also our data analysis is just, on top of that, the data analysis is just not there. It's awful. Now, we've just got that new head of data in from Mercedes F1. There's been a big revamp of the whole data analysis and research department at Manchester United. So the fact that Jason Wilcox is going out of his way, and Manchester United are going out of their way in this statement, in this press release, to say all of the data analysis and research concluded he has the required qualities and personality to thrive at Old Trafford, to thrive at Manchester United. That's interesting too. Not only are they looking at the stats, not only are they looking at, okay, the XG, goal conversion and chance conversion, and he's overperforming these metrics, and these are the ones that he's showing improvement on. And like they say earlier on in the press release, the most goals of any player across Europe in the top 5 leagues under the age of 23. This really high potential guy, but they're also looking at personality. They're also looking at, he's a young guy, but can he also shoulder that expectation, shoulder that burden of expectation that others have not been able to do. Other top quality players have not been able to do. Other top quality players have struggled and fallen and withered under the pressure of that expectation from Manchester United. Manchester United believe he's got the personality to thrive at Old Trafford, and here's hoping that he does. Jason Wilcox continues by saying, working under the guidance of Ruben and our excellent performance team, Benjamin is joining the perfect environment to support him to reach his world-class potential. Again there, Manchester United believe they've signed a world-class potential player here, and here's hoping, because obviously a lot will be made of the transfer fee as per usual with Manchester United, even though Newcastle offered more in way of a transfer fee and Newcastle offered more in terms of the wages. But that won't matter because facts don't matter anymore. This is 2025. Facts. The truth. It doesn't matter. Of course not. Agendas run wild like Hulkamania in the 1980s. But Manchester United believe they have a player that can reach a world-class level. The desire that all of our new signings have shown to join the club this summer highlights the appeal and stature of Manchester United as we continue to build and develop a team capable of challenging for the biggest honours. And I tell you what, again, there are some big words there from Jason Wilcox. Of course, from Sesko, you get the usual stuff. Really happy to be here. It's a dream come true. Really excited to work with the manager. The project sold me, and the manager, I spoke with him, and I was really excited about the project, etc., etc., etc. You hear all of that, but this does feel like a statement signing, not only by Manchester United, but by the words there that Jason Wilcox is pointing out there, where he's going, all of our signings this summer have specifically stated that they want to join Manchester United, and they want to join Manchester United only. That's a testament to the stature, the size of the club, and it does mean something. And I think that clearly it's a direct effort from those in charge at United, isn't it? Of going, look, we may have finished 15th and we may have had the worst season that we've ever had when we've been in the Premier League, certainly. I mean, we've had worse before the Premier League started in 92, but you get my point. This is the worst season we've had, ever in the Premier League's history. And people may have had the conversation. I know a lot of people would have been chatting, ops, even fans of United going, are we kind of done now? Are we kind of washed? Is this it? Are we ever going to come back? And look, time will tell when it comes to that, because all of this isn't an answer to some of those bigger debates, some of those bigger questions that we have all been having about, forget Project 2028. Am I not even going to do it again? Are they going to do it again in my lifetime? I was very privileged growing up to see Manchester United win the league near enough every season and see them win other trophies too. But am I ever going to see that again? Am I ever going to have the joy of celebrating a Premier League trophy with my father again? You never know. These are like kind of, when you finish it, when you're 15th in the league, you have those quite deep thoughts, don't you? And look, as I said, these 3 signings that we've made so far this summer, you still can't answer that question, but it's a statement of intent that the badge still means something, as it should. We've questioned if players really, truly understand that over the last few years, haven't we? Do you actually care? Because your body language on the pitch, the way you run, the way you move, the way you act off the pitch and not trading, it doesn't feel like you care. It doesn't feel like you understand. So if you're going to change the culture, if you're going to change the atmosphere, the environment, if you're going to try and become more aligned with what fans feel and what fans want, you need to bring in players that only want to play for Manchester United, only want to play for the club. And so far they've done that. And also, this isn't just in the same vein of, well, I know they love Manchester United, they're not good enough. These are 3 signings, that 2 of which were the 2 of the best attacking players in the Premier League last season. We're talking statistically and with the eye test as well. We're now talking about one of the most sought-after strikers in Europe. Again, it's a potential signing, which we have to be wary about, but his stats do speak for themselves. He is highly tipped, and it's not like a player, a bit like with the Hoyland one, where you go, I've never heard of him before. Never, ever, never heard of him whatsoever, because we've all heard of Benjamin Sesko. The fact that I can do this, I tell you what, the Aminor button being behind the voice button, that is dangerous.
It's like worth it now, is it? Benjamin Sesko, forget it. Forget it.
It's all criminal. Forget it. Damn. I blame Aminal. If you haven't already clicked the like button, we've got over 600 people watching. We're just at 100 likes. If you haven't already clicked the like button, be sure to subscribe, by the way. We did it. Over 200,000. If you missed yesterday's Trinity, we did it live. If there was any, it was a perfect way, wasn't it? It was a perfect way yesterday to do it whilst we were live. We hit 200,000 subscribers. And now it's no time to celebrate. We've got a season ahead. We've got games today. You know, we've got a match, got a friendly. It's the final game of pre-season. It's against Fiorentina. David De Gea returning to Old Trafford. And kickoff is in just under 2 hours' time. It's at 12:45 UK time, British summertime. It is still the summertime, British summertime kickoff. Team news should be coming out in about an hour, just under an hour, something like that. Just about an hour, yeah, you know, around that period of time. Before then, we're going to be talking some stories. We're going to be talking more reaction to the news that Benjamin Sesko, right? I've moved all the sounds away from the button. You know, it's good to, this is what's good about pre-season. I said this yesterday on the match preview, which if you haven't already checked it out, I said that it's good actually, I think, we got to dust some cobwebs off, got to get back into a bit of rhythm. You know, we've had the summer off. This is when you got to get your reps back in. So try again, Owen. Here we go. You can do it.
Benjamin Sesko.
Much better. See, just sometimes it's fine. Yes, Sesko is a Red. Sesko has signed a 5-year contract with Manchester United. Sesko will be there today. Sesko will be unveiled on the pitch at Old Trafford. In addition to that, I guess the question now would be, will he make his debut against Arsenal next weekend at Old Trafford? Will Benjamin Sesko be starting next weekend at Old Trafford? Or will Sesko be on the bench? He'll have a full week of training. Will that be enough? And the team that we see today, how close is that team going to be to the one that starts at Old Trafford on the opening game, not day, game of the season against Arsenal? A week tomorrow. Are we feeling good? 8 days away? Our nerves starting to build? I'll be honest with you. Nerves aren't there yet. After what happened last season, genuinely, I can't even believe I'm saying this. I'm quite excited. I'm excited. I don't know if I would say optimistic, because you never know with Man United, do you? You never know what you're going to get, particularly with after the last 12 to 18 months, you never know. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. It's, you know, I'm again optimistic. No, excited. Yes, because we've done again hip replacement settings. We've taken out a joint. That being not in that Way. No. Josh Media, graphics guru, visual ninja. He knows. But we've literally removed the front three, the attack, take it out. It was damaged. I could barely walk. I was with my walker. I was with my walker like that all last season. This is my hip. I can barely. You know, like I used to be so well. Used to be so well. I used to be able to sprint. I used to be able to do cartwheels and all of these amazing things. You were in such great shape. Now look at you. You're withered, haggard with your walker. My hip. It's just terrible. We've gone right. You need open heart surgery. It's got nothing to do with your walking, but that's coming later. You should get that out. Figure that one out. But for now, you can wait. Take some medication. It'll be fine. So we're like, on the walker. And they've gone, right, hip replacement settings. Take that one out, put a new one in. Bang. And and what do they do straight away? If you have a hip replacement, they go, right, you're laying there in your hospital bed going, oh, bloody hell, I've been knocked out. Oh, I tell you what, straight away, I feel a bit pain-free already. I feel a bit, yeah, I'm sore. I've been cut open, but I already feel a bit better. And straight away, this is what they do when you have like a hip replacement or whatever. They go, right, get up. get up. You got to start walking. You got to start walking straight away. Start walking. And he goes, yeah, it hurts, but I feel better. Give it a couple of weeks. Hey, look at this. Fuck the walker. Whoosh. That's gone. And you're going, look at this. Look at this. No walker for me anymore. I'm alive again. I'm alive. And you start walking. Next thing you know, flash forward 6 months. I'm running. I'm running like this. This is how you run. I'm running like this. And I go, look at this. New hip. And that's what Manchester United need to do. Fast forward towards the end of the season, towards, the business end of the season, towards April, towards May, and Manchester United need to be running, sprinting. And we're going, look at them go. Look at them go. Look where they were 9 months ago. I wouldn't have believed that was possible. I wouldn't have believed that could happen, but it did. Manchester United, hip replacement settings. That's what it needs to be. And I'm not sure where that was really going. I lost my way a little bit there, but we got back, Ta-da. Basically, when it comes to Manchester United.
Don't underestimate Manchester United.
Exactly Fabrizio. And Carlos Baleba.
Guess what, son? You're next.
Still a lot of time in the window, isn't there? Still a lot of time in this transfer window at the moment. Over 3 weeks to go? Over 3 weeks to go. Sales happening. I sound like that guy from Barcelona. Where's my bell that I can ring? I don't have one. But let's have a look. Let's find one on the soundboard. I have to test these always because whenever I take like a gamble with them, you never know. You never know with these. So wait. Couldn't find the right one. Like there was a mixture. There was like a doorbell. I'm not looking for a doorbell. There was some that was like, I'm going to start shaming someone. It was like, shame. Again. Oh, is that just it? Just once. Oh. Shame. That's like Newcastle's transfer window. Shame. Alexander Isak not in the squad. Shame. Brian Boomer to Newcastle. Shame. Eddie Howe at his press conference fuming. Shame. Turn that one off. Yeah, right. What else have we got into? We've got Donnarumma news. Yeah, we got Donnarumma news to discuss, folks. You can tell I'm excited. I'm optimistic this morning. It's gonna be fun. We are gonna be joined by Marcel as well. We're gonna be joined by Marcel about 40-ish minutes time, about an hour before kickoff. So we're gonna be talking about Donnarumma, hot chip, possibly Baleba. Although the news from Baleba yesterday, wasn't it, was that bit quiet on the Baleba one. But as I said, there is still time to go. There's still time to go. Garnacho yesterday, big development that talks between Chelsea and Manchester United are now happening. So that one is going to happen. I just think that, as all the reports said, that one is probably going to happen very late in the window because Chelsea realised that United, we want to sell. We've got to sell. And Chelsea are very, very shrewd in the transfer market. But as many reporters have pointed out when it comes to this one, that Man United are going, well, we think that Garnacho actually could offer more than, say, Noni Madueke, for example. Isn't Madueke? Madueke is a bit older, isn't he, than Garnacho? How old is Madueke? Madueke is 23. Garnacho, young Garnacho, as Kenny would say, is 21, just turned 21. And you could actually, he's done more. He's done more, FA Cup, scoring in the final, played over 100 times in the Premier League. So if Nolly Madueke can go for like 50 odd million, why can't Garnacho go for 50 odd million, right? Why not? And he's an academy player. It's pure profit. Drive the price. Don't let Chelsea dictate it and get it down to £35 million just because we're really, really desperate. So that one might rumble on. And if we do get a good price, that really can be the difference between signing one or even two more players in this window because of the pure profit aspect of it. So Man United got to stay firm on that. Now, other ones with Sancho, that price is definitely going to drop. The wages he's on at the moment at United, like 250 allegedly. United just want that off the budget. But because it's so high, Sancho's going to be picky, but eventually he will leave. Eventually he will. So that's money that Manchester United save, and that's money that Manchester United can bring in as well. The Højlund one, it's going to be really interesting to see how involved Rasmus Højlund is today, if he starts or not. He didn't start, did he, against Everton? I don't think, because that front three was Bruno and Bumo and Cunha. So I reckon it'll be the same front three. So then you get into the territory of Højlund doesn't start. Could he get closer and closer to this move to AC Milan? Could a loan move happen? United are looking for a buy option of around £35 million. Allegedly, they're looking at a loan fee of around €5 million. So together, combined, if he did end up going permanently to AC Milan next year, they would get close to that £40 million mark for him that they're looking for. And with that in mind, they could also once again then start going, right, we've got more money to spend there. And then other things could happen, ring the bell, like this Greenwood thing if he ends up leaving Marseille, which has got a bit quiet over the last day or two, but we still have a 50% salon clause there. So there are dominoes certainly that could fall here. And that could be big for United in this window. I personally don't think, this is my guess, I don't think Manchester United's incoming stop today with Benjamin Sesko. In fact, if the window's shut, and if the window's shut today, I would still be like, you know what, I'm happy with the window. We need more. But also at the same time, our issues were really never going to be fixed in one transfer window. There's just too much to do. But I'd be content with it. But that's not the case. There's still 3 weeks to go. There's still a lot of time to go. So I think that we'll probably get at least one more incoming, I think. At least one more. Potentially two, depending on how this Donnarumma stuff goes. And maybe Baleba doesn't happen, but United pivot to another midfielder. There were rumours and rumblings last night on social media, wouldn't they, that Man United could pivot to Adam Wharton from Palace. Again, how realistic that is. Do you know what's mad? Because one of the people to break that story last night about the Adam Wharton interest from Manchester United was Indy on Twitter, right? Which, I can't believe what reality I'm in, because if I'd have said that to you like a week ago, well, Indy Kalia was first to break that story and this could happen, you'd be like, Owen, literally.
Now go home and smoke some more crack.
But because why are you quoting that as a source? But things have changed. Things have changed when it comes to that. Now we don't know what to believe, because if David Ornstein is going first reported by Indy Kalia on Twitter, then anything's possible. Any report that now you have to take at least partially seriously. Obviously, there's still the tier system. If it's from Ornstein, if it's from Romano, it's near enough fact or very close to. With other ITKs on Twitter and journalists, as you go down the tiers, it gets less and less believable. But we've had what is, as James pointed out yesterday on the Trinity, effectively a meme account for years. Like it's football Twitter heritage, that account. And it's, spoofs are there because it's so widely panned and it's all a joke, is now breaking major transfer stories. You don't know. Like I said, it's like The Onion breaking the news about a president being impeached or something like that, or The Onion breaking a news article about the entire cabinet in the British government getting fired. You go, these things just shouldn't happen. They shouldn't match. They shouldn't. But maybe that's where we are today, where, you know, satire is becoming reality. I don't know. I don't know. Look at me getting political. But it's just it's crazy. So maybe Adam Wharton is the next target. Maybe it's still all focused on belaboring. Maybe United are able to do the sales and put some pressure on Brighton, and things can still happen in this window. I don't know. Anything, I guess, is possible. That's what we've learned. Anything certainly is possible. And critically,
Don't underestimate Manchester United.
well, that's interesting. Just as I literally, if you want to talk about fate, folks, if you want to talk about manifesting, as I pressed that button there, that Romano, don't underestimate Manchester United, something just popped up on United Report on my social media timeline here. And it said, Carlos Balaba's agent does not mind reducing his commission to complete a move to Manchester United. United could offer Brighton players they might be interested in. Balaba has a strong desire to join Manchester United. Just as I pressed that button. Literally, I pressed that button and it popped up at the same time. I'll press it again.
Don't underestimate Manchester United.
It's not completely dead, is it? It's not a completely dead deal. Balaba has a strong desire to join Manchester United. That's a quote from Andy Merton. Strong desire. His agent will even reduce commission just to get it through, just to push it through. Manchester United could actually have some money. Manchester United could have some money coming in the future with Garnacho, pure profit. We've also got some players we could offer. We could offer Toby Collier on loan or permanent. We could offer other players in that squad. We could go, do you want to take Jadon Sancho on loan? Why not? Stay in the Prem, Jadon. Do you want Malacia to go left back? You know, we got players. You know, if you're interested, why not? So, as the guy from Brighton pointed out when he was at the Seagull fan forum the other day, and that was actually fans there, not seagulls. Could you imagine? That would be ridiculous. He was there and he was sort of saying, you know, we don't want to sell him, and we're really, really happy with him. He's a great talent, but in football, you know, anything can happen. Look at the dynamics of football. Anything's possible. Basically saying, look, everyone's got a price. $1 million man sins. It's all about that. All about that. I wish I could play the $1 Million Man's theme. I can maybe do it for like a second. It might be a risk. It's not even. It's not even on the soundboard. That is $1 Million Man. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. I was pretty convinced that would be on there. It's not. It's not. That's a shame. That is a shame. What else are people saying here in the chat? Be sure to get your super chats in, your members chats, as always. Team news will be coming out in about half an hour's time, most likely, maybe a little bit before. Kickoff is in an hour's. Oh, I like that tweet. I like that tweet a lot, Manchester United. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. Where's my Gary Neville noise? That is a good one. That is. Oh, let's get that up on the screen. This will boil some Newcastle piss. Take a look at this, folks. Take a look. What does it say there? What does that say? It was only ever United. It was only ever United. The real one. The real United. Yeah? Look at his face. Look how happy he is. And look at Jason Wilcox, loving it. Putting pen to paper. In it. It was only ever United. Only ever. Those Newcastle guys, yeah. They were in Germany, but no, they weren't. It wasn't going to happen. Wasn't going to happen. And we can go live now to our correspondent in the Northeast at the moment. They've got the following to say. It was only ever United, guys. Just remember that. So when they keep saying what they're saying, hurts, doesn't it? Hurts. KB says, Owen, you're honestly looking so good. Thank you very much, KB. What's your gym routine? Push, pull, legs? Well, my gym routine is life. No. First of all, you can scan the QR code right there, and it will take you to the Oxford Natural by Gowan Life website. You can get optimized just like myself, just like KG, the comic, just like Fleck, just like Just Josh Media, Graphics Guru, Visual Ninja. And you can subscribe, save up to 70% off, give you Optimum Daily, which is good for weight loss, your Optimum Night, which is good for sleep. And it's a brand new and improved formula too. I don't know if I have my co-host here. Actually, do I have my co-host with me in this? I think I would hope so. I hope I probably do. Where is my the co-host? If I believe he should be with me. Can we go over to Fat Owen? There he is. Yes, he's always around. He's always around. Nice to see you. Hope you're well, you're not looking good, but and you're not doing well actually. Looking forward to pre-season. I don't know why it's 2-2. Let's change that. That shows how it's about how ready Fat Owen is. But yes, he's chatting. He's doing his pre-match analysis, his predictions for the game. He's actually ordering his lunch probably at the time. Anyway, you can scan the QR code right there. You can subscribe, save up to 70% off. All you got to do is use the code UV. You can get your Optimum Day and you can get your Optimum Night as well. But again, it's a supplement, which is meant to supplement your lifestyle. You've got to put in the work. You've still got to eat healthy. You've still got to want to make a lifestyle change, and you've still got to exercise. Get outside. You've all been telling me to get outside for years, and you know what? I went, I'll do it. It worked out all right, didn't it? Not too bad in the end. Pretty good stuff. So big up to Oxford Natural, bringing you all the pre-season content. Links in the video description to get involved in that. It's also pinned in the chat. Where are we at? We've still got close to 900 people watching at the moment, which is great. We're just over 200, closing on 260 likes at the moment. Let's see if we can get to a quick 500, and also subscribe as well whilst you're at it. Team news will be out in about 25 minutes. We've got, guess what? We've got a road trip today. Yes, for the first time in ages, we've got an actual road trip because Flex is back in the car. Flex is back driving up to Old Trafford. He's going to be at the game today. He's going to be talking with people outside the stadium after the game too. And here are his thoughts on our final pre-season match against Fiorentina.
Welcome to a road trip for our last pre-season game against Fiorentina today at Old Trafford. I'm not going to lie, it feels a little bit weird because it feels like ages since I've done one of these in the car. In terms of pre-game, the road trips. Actually, there weren't even really any road trips in America. There weren't any road trips in America, was there? There was match previews, but road trips weren't really a thing out there. So this is the first road trip I've done since the last game of the season, which was Villa, when I drove up to there. So that's why this feels like so long. I ain't done one of these since May, and now we're in August. So, no, what are we in? July, June, July, August. No, wait, we're in August. I don't even know what month it is. I'm still jet lagged for America. But big up to each and every single one of you, man. Smash a like on the video. It's Fiorentina today. Last game of pre-season before the big opener next weekend against Arsenal in 7 days' time. First of all, let's do the niceties. You know, he is a friendly. And David De Gea. You know, it's time to give him a proper send-off. It's time to give him the respect that he deserves. I'm glad that he's back. He spent some time with Sir Alex, I saw, which was really nice. And I think we've got some nice things planned for him for before and after the game. There's a nice message put to him by Bruno. Said, listen, I'm glad you're coming home, my friend. But during the game, I need to be scoring some goals past you. And that's why I come away from the niceties of David De Gea, of the legend that he is, and the love that he's going to receive before and after the game. But guess what? We actually got a job to do, and I need us to be in that mood. I have to stress, and it might sound harsh, this is not a testimonial. Do you know what I mean? I don't think, no, it's not billed as a testimonial, is it? It's just the picking of the opponent was carefully done to be David De Gea's current team. So we can obviously give him a nice reception pre and post game. But in terms of this game, this is not David De Gea testimonial where, you know, it's all about his friends and family and the guys that he's played with over the years coming back to play a game. This is a pre-season friendly, yeah? And pre-season friendlies, like we know, are supposed to be getting us ready for the league. And the league is next week. So in terms of the job to do, I need to be seeing it on the pitch, man. In all honesty, we ain't got time for sentiment out there. Because if we play this like a, you know what I mean, bringing back the Jolly Boys outing club, yeah, for the David De Gea party, then you can forget it against Arsenal. Do you know what I'm saying? We have to be ready for that game. And I'm being deadly serious about that. I want business as usual on the pitch. Business as usual on the pitch. Give David his send-off before and after and show the right respect and let's all celebrate. But during the 90 minutes, we have to be at it. We need to be playing with intensity. We need to be playing that game like it is Arsenal because we need to be ready. You know, it's the first glimpse of Matheus Cunha and Brian and Bumo playing at Old Trafford together in Manchester United shirts, which is nice. Hopefully they start again. I want to see I want to be able to look at that starting lineup and see, okay, that looks like it's probably going to be the team for Arsenal, which let's face it probably is. You know, I think we're going to get the best look yet into what we're going to be doing next week. It's interesting up front because will we get a Benjamin Sesko today? Benjamin Sesko announcement. At the time of me recording this road trip, it hasn't been announced yet. But like me and I were saying yesterday on the preview, it feels like it'll get announced today. Maybe while I'm driving up, they sort of drop the news that we have signed him. He's been currently doing his medical and probably media work over the last couple of days. And hopefully we get to see him on the pitch. But more so that's fine as an unveiling, but more so in terms of who's going to play up front and be ready for the start of the season. Joshua Zirkzee hasn't kicked the ball in pre-season. Is he fit enough to start to get some minutes today to see how he is? Probably not. If he's getting back from injury, probably going to come off the bench. And Rasmus Højlund, we know what's going on there with him basically being told that, you know, Man United are trying to move him on. Is there going to be much point in starting him? He didn't start in the last game. He was on the bench. And that left Matheus Cunha up front against Everton. Now, listen, at home against Fiorentina, a bit of a different proposition. I think we'll still be all right. But Matheus Cunha is obviously best position is not there. He's probably going to fill in there for a couple of games. I think he'll probably fill in there again. I don't think the team will look too dissimilar from what we saw against Everton last week in Atlanta. If I'm honest, I think it's hard to pick between Tom Heaton and Altay Bayındır. I think Tom Heaton still hasn't made a senior appearance for Man United, a competitive appearance for Man United. Not saying, obviously today's not competitive, so he still might play. But I think the goalkeeper that will be looking to start the game against Arsenal, should Onana not be ready, will start today. You know what I mean? They have to be ready. There's no point messing about. But at the same time, they're both backup keepers. Bayındır more so. I mean, Tom Heaton hasn't played a competitive game in God knows how long. They're both backup keepers. I think it'll be Bayındır. I'll be surprised if it's Tom Heaton. I'd love it to be Tom Heaton today. And if we had to use a goalkeeper for against Arsenal, I would still pick Tom Heaton if Onana's not fit. Maybe even Onana is fit. But yeah, because we have to think about it. Onana has not kicked the ball throughout the whole pre-season as well. I know he's a goalkeeper, but he ain't had no games, bro. And you're going to stick him in against Arsenal with no pre-season. That worries me in itself. But we'll see what happens there. I think we go right wing back Ahmad again. I think you go left wing back Dorgu. Although it was Dallo in the last game. It was Ahmad and Dallo, and you could see the difference. I want to go full strength. I think Dorgu's going to be the starting left wing back. So I want to see Dorgu and Ahmad nice and attacking. 3 centre halves. I think you're going to have Luke Shaw again, providing there's been no setbacks and no injuries. He's had a good pre-season, to be fair to him. I know we've all got our opinions on, Luke Shaw's injury record and the inevitability of more injuries happening and this, that, and the third. But like I said to KG, and like I was saying the whole tour, I was like, understand that Luke Shaw, until injured again, is going to be our starting left centre back. And actually, even when Martinez comes back, which, he's been out for a long time, so he's going to get eased back into the Premier League, he ain't starting anytime soon. And Aiden Heavens still got work to do. So Ruben likes the experience of Luke Shaw. So he's going to be our starting centre back, left centre back. And actually, he's been good. He's been good in pre-season. Forget, when the thing happens, we're going to have to deal with it. But right now, like you say, we're still paying him a lot of money. Still our player. We have to play him. I think it's going to be him left centre back. Interesting with the Maguire and De Ligt. They kind of shared the minutes on tour, didn't they? De Ligt, I think, started probably the more games. So I'd go with De Ligt in the centre and obviously Lenny Yoro right centre back. I think we see Kobe and Ugarte again in midfield. And then I think we see Mbumo and Bruno. Mbumo right 10, Bruno left 10. And then Mateus Cunha up front. I think that's going to be about our strongest team. Unless, unless Xerxes is fit enough to start and wants to have a look at him, give him a half and then take him off and then see what can happen. But yeah, the only thing that worries me for Arsenal is the striking position. We might have to put Cunha up front again in that game because I don't think Benjamin Sesko is going to be ready. He'd be in the squad by then, definitely. But ready to start, I don't think so with what it would have been a week's training with the team. I don't think you're throwing him in against Arsenal at home. You see Arsenal having a similar thing with Victor Gyökeres and the Arsenal fans crying because he's not getting enough minutes, but you've got to take the time, innit? So, yes, business as usual, though. I need a win. Don't go too easy on Fiorentina just because it's, David De Gea's in goal. No, I need David De Gea picking the ball at the back of the net multiple times during the game. That's what I need. And then all the niceties before and after, lap of honours and all of that stuff can come. But we've got a job to do. Remain professional. Smash a like on the video, people. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Subscribe to the new 200 subscriber channel. Yes, United View, big up to you, man. And I'll see you at the game and get you guys' thoughts after it as well. Take care. Peace.
Yes, take care, Flex, on the drive up to Old Trafford. And like he says, be sure to subscribe. As you can see right there in the top right-hand corner, we're at 200,250. The road truly has begun to 250,000. Yes, 250K. Big up to everyone that has recently subscribed, been subscribed since the start, or somewhere in between. Everyone's got their own UV journey, don't they? I was actually thinking when Flex was just saying there about De Gea, and just saying about how he'll play today, it kind of does have a David De Gea unbelievable game written all over it, doesn't it? Because he has been doing, heroics for Fiorentina. Obviously, a lot was made of when he made saves in like penalty shootouts or penalty saves, because he never used to really do that too much for us. Although he did save some penalties. I think about, obviously everyone talks about the Villarreal penalty shootout in the Europa League final, but then of course others will point to, but he does, he saved a penalty in his last game against Fulham at Old Trafford. So, or against, I remember it was West Ham at the London Stadium in his last couple of seasons there. So, yeah, but you never know with him. He could still perform heroics. But it will be nice that he does get that send-off that he never got. And either way of what you think of whether he should have stayed, whether he should have gone, whether we needed to move on, whatever. The fact that he didn't get the send-off that he's getting today, that was wrong. And that was out of order. He should have got a testimonial. Was there for a decade. He should have got some more acknowledgement than a social media post of, thanks for the memories. And he didn't play football for a year after that. Wasn't at a team for like a full season, took a year off. And there were reports that he was possibly going to retire. Like he didn't need to, he didn't need to play anymore. Like most footballers nowadays, they've got investments and they're multimillionaires, and he was considering his future. But team news is out, folks. Team news is out. Let's tell you the Manchester United starting 11 that is going to be playing against Fiorentina today. So we have in goal, Altay Bayindir. In the middle of defense, interestingly, we have Harry Maguire starts, not Matthijs de Ligt, which is curious. Other defenders, we've got Aiden Heaven starts for Manchester United. One would assume at left centre-back. At right centre-back, we've got Lenny Yoro. At left wing-back, we've got Patrick Dorgu. Dorgu, after a very impressive pre-season, starts at left wing-back. Excuse me. Right wing-back is... It looks to be Ahmad. It looks to be Ahmad, but, you know, hold that thought. We've got in midfield, we've got Casemiro. Casemiro is in midfield. And it looks like, I think, Casemiro. Next to him is, this is going to be a tough one to figure out. I think next to him is Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes is going to be in the deeper role. In the 10s, we have Mason Mount. And we have Brian Mbumo. Oh, it depends. This is when we get into who's actually up front once again. But I think it's maybe Mbumo up front and maybe Cunha up front, like it was in the preseason. So Matheus Cunha maybe operates today as the striker. But once again, take it with a pinch of salt. I think Mbumo and Cunha will rotate quite a lot. There. Let me just get the substitutes for you as well. Substitutes include Heaton, me, Dallo, De Ligt, Fredrickson, Diego Leon, Luke Shaw, Toby Collier, Kobbie Mainoo, Manuel Ugarte, Rasmus Højlund, and Chido Obi. So that's a bit of an interesting one because it's if that was the team that started against Arsenal next weekend, I would be surprised. There are a couple players there, particularly in defense, that I'm a little bit surprised at starting this because I did think this was going to be, you know, the starting 11 is going to be a really good indicator of who's starting against Arsenal next weekend. And actually, some yes, some no. I think some yes, some no when it comes to that starting 11. And we'll get it up on the screen for you shortly. Once that's all loaded in. But it's an interesting starting 11 from Ruben Amorim. I'm happy with the wing backs. Ahmad at right wing back, Dorgu back in at left wing back. Positive about that. Dorgu had a really positive preseason. He looked really lively, really energetic down the left-hand side. Mason Mount did score against Everton, so I can understand maybe why Ruben wants to have a closer look with him. Potentially with a mind to that Sesko won't be starting against Arsenal next weekend. Maybe it'll be too soon for him. So he'll be thinking, well, I want Bruno in the deeper role and I'll need an extra 10 in there. And Xerxes still not in the squad. Nusayr Mazraoui still not in the squad. Of course, Andre Onana still not in the squad. So maybe his thought process is there. Okay, then that means that Mason Mount's got to come in. Midfield, I'm not too shocked about, to be honest with you. We saw this last season. When it does come to these sort of bigger games, which Arsenal does fall under, he did start to go with Casemiro quite often, didn't he? He did start to go with, you know, I'm gonna go with Cas. Actually, I just feel like Casemiro's the option that I want there. And it was a bit of a remarkable turnaround actually by Casemiro under Ruben Amorim, to be honest, wasn't it? Because there was some stats, wasn't there, that in the first, however, 13 or 14 games, Casemiro didn't start any of them. And then in the next batch of games, he started near enough all of them, particularly, again, the important games. So that does probably say quite a lot. This is the Manchester United starting 11 for the game today against Fiorentina at Old Trafford. You can see it right there once again. It's Altay Bayindir in goal. You've got Lenny Yoro, Harry Maguire, and Aiden Heaven as the back three. The wing backs are Ahmad and Patrick Dorgu. We've got Casemiro and Bruno Fernandes in the deeper positions in the 10s. It looks like it's going to be Mason Mount and Brian Mbumo, with Matheus Cunha once again up front. He didn't look massively comfortable up front, did he? Last time we saw Manchester United play against Everton in the States, He looked a bit uncomfortable. And of course, that would be a big concern had we not signed Benjamin Sesko today. If you are just joining us, Manchester United have confirmed today the signing of Benjamin Sesko from RB Leipzig, subject to registration. So he will be, one would think, available next weekend against Arsenal. Whether or not he will start, whether or not he'll come on as a sub, certainly by that second game of the season, he'll be ready to go. You would think. I mean, how many games has he actually? Just out of curiosity, how many games has he played in pre-season? Let's have a look at Leipzig's pre-season. Has he been involved? One would assume he must have. So the last game against Atalanta was on the 2nd of August. It's great they don't have the team lineup, the thing I'm looking at. RB Leipzig versus Atalanta. Can I find the starting 11? This is on the Red Bull website. Is this even the... It was... Just trying to find a starting 11. Can't find a fucking start 11. Here. Go on this one. Teams. There you go. No, so he wasn't involved last weekend. He wasn't involved last weekend against Atalanta. Before that, who did they play? Before that, Leipzig played Toulouse. Was he involved in that? Leipzig versus Toulouse. Was he involved in that? They won 7-0. Bloody hell. Pretty impressive. Did he play that one? Scrolling down, Javi Siemens. Was he on the bench? He was on the bench. He was on the bench for that one. he was on the bench for that one. Google doesn't have it, Calvin, which is mad. That's why I'm a bit surprised. Usually it's very, very quick. But I'm having to go on to. I just have to go onto the Leipzig website or something ridiculous to find the Leipzig team. Apparently, Google just doesn't give a shit. He's played 2 45-minute appearances, so he's had a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. Okay, that's something. So you would think a week of training. I think Ruben. I don't think he'll start next weekend. I think there might be. He'll be on the bench, but I think he'll be on the bench next weekend. I don't think he'll start. But again, that's okay, because if we were going into the season now and we hadn't signed Sesko, or there was we weren't really being linked to a striker, or it felt that we were quite far away from signing a striker, then I would be worried. I'd be going, look, obviously happy with Mbeumo, happy with Cunha, but there's still a lack of a goal-scoring striker in that team. Højlund's still not it. And clearly Ruben knows that. Obviously, Cheeto shouldn't even really be considered to be a starting striker at all at this stage of his career. Frankly, the fact he's in the first team squad is maybe a bit too much for him at this point in time too. Maybe he needs a loan to a Championship or a League One side or something like that this season, just to get minutes under his belt and start scoring at a senior level. So I'd be going, Cunha didn't look comfortable against Everton in the States. Is that going to work out for us? I'm concerned about goals. But with Arsenal in mind, I think Amorim might be thinking, wow, a bit like how we played against Arsenal at Old Trafford before last season, where he might think they might have more of the ball. We've seen it actually in pre-season. Manchester United have been much more direct than we had previously seen under Amorim. Yes, he has said in his sort of halftime interviews and post-match press conferences and interviews he wanted better spells of possession, longer spells of possession. And usually in the games, we do end up having more possession, particularly in the second half, because we like to hold the ball a bit more. But we have been playing a bit more direct. We've been playing direct. We've been playing one-touch, two-touch passing, or sort of attacks that are only 3 or 4 touches. So I think he might think that against Arsenal, maybe we do play a bit more on the counter. So in that sense, that can work, can't it? You've got Mount and Mbeumo, Cunha. There's pace there. You've got the wing backs of Ahmad and Dorgu, which is pace in there. You've got obviously Bruno in deeper, trying to sort of pick those balls out over the top or just between the lines to try and find Mount and Bumo and Cunha. You've got people like Maguire and Yoro who do those long diagonal passes as well over the top. So maybe it's a team set up to play on the break. Now, whether or not they're going to do that today against Fiorentina, I'm not sure. But that might be the game plan against Arsenal, which is maybe why he's thinking Sesko not being ready to start isn't actually the worst thing in the world there. If it was a game against a team with a low block, we'd probably want to play with a bit more of a focal point than Matheus Cunha, but that's not really going to be the case, of course, against Arsenal. They're going to come out, they're going to play. And we nearly did a bit of a smash and grab against them at Old Trafford last year with Bruno's free kick goal. So maybe that would be the idea for Ruben next weekend. And then obviously Sesko gets more acclimated, has his first start against Fulham at Craven Cottage, the second game of the season. Perhaps that's what Ruben's thinking. Or, might be completely wrong. Have been many a time before. We've got over 1,400 people watching. Less than 100 likes to go, folks, until 500 likes. If you haven't already, click that like button. Be sure to subscribe. Reminder, we're over 200,000 subscribers now. Road to 250,000. A massive, massive season ahead for Manchester United, of course. One game a week. No European football. A lot of money's been spent. Ruben Amorim, pressure is on. Even without the signings, the pressure would be on because the pressure is always on at Manchester United. As we saw last season, you have to deliver. All this talk about standards, all this talk about best in class. We've got now a best in class training facility that's just opened up. There are plans in the future to build that state-of-the-art stadium, one of the biggest in the world. And now, as the players you saw at Carrington climb that spiral staircase, what they have to do for every step is look at a trophy that's in the wall, whether it's a Premier League, a Champions League, an FA Cup, a Carabao Cup, a Club World Cup, whatever it be, a Europa League, all the trophies that Manchester United have won, it's all there and serving as a reminder of at Manchester United, it's about winning. It's about winning trophies. It's not about just winning trophies and not performing in the league. It's not about just performing in the league and not winning trophies. It's about both. It's about both. And that's what Manchester United have to start doing. And I think this is probably what they're trying to do this season. You've got to try and turn a negative into a positive, don't you? And the negative into a positive is that we're not in Europe this season. We're not playing those midweek games. We're not playing against the biggest teams in Europe midweek, and we're not involved in those big pressure knockout matches that you want to be involved in and you want to be involved in as a player and you want to be involved in as a fan. That's not happening for us this season, but you can turn that into a positive by going, but because of that, it could make it an easier job for us to get back into Europe next season. And on top of that, use it to your advantage. You should have fatigue, stamina on your side. When you're playing these teams that have been playing multiple games in a week, when you're playing these teams that have had to rotate because they've had so many matches and players are going down with injury because they're playing in Europe and they've had to travel so far and they've had to do this and they've had to do that, use it to your advantage. Use the fact that you're only playing once. Have a higher intensity than them. Say, look, you're just not going to be able to compete. It's physics. It's biology. It's facts. We're going to sprint faster than you. We're going to press harder than you. We're going to be more intense. We're going to be fitter than you because we can have that advantage. We can want it more. And I know that seems like such basic football talk, but sometimes that is what it boils down to, isn't it? Just want it more than the other lot. And prove that you're meant to be here, because as it's being pointed, as we've seen with some of the players that are leaving, if you'd have said a couple of seasons ago, Marcus Rashford's gone and he's not going to be coming back, even if if that Barcelona loan doesn't work out, they'll still try and sell him next season. You'd have gone, that's not going to happen. Homegrown guy, he's going to stick around forever at Old Trafford. Nope. If you don't pull your weight, or if you're doing stuff off the pitch that you shouldn't be doing, that's it. You're gone. And for a lot of players this season, they'll have to realize that. And that includes even the new signings. Even the new signings, which we hope are going to work out, they're on deals that are not impossible to move on as well if you're not working out, or if you don't acclimate the way you should acclimate to Manchester United too. So hopefully some positivity, hopefully some optimism. That's what we're looking for. And hopefully that continues today. Remember, we haven't lost in pre-season yet. We haven't lost the game in pre-season. We had 2 draws. We had a draw against Leeds, 0-0. Worst game of pre-season. That was shit. I mean, there's no way of dressing it up. That was rubbish, wasn't it? That was a rubbish game. That was dull as anything. Myself and Marcel were on that. Well, Marcel was on his way, by the way. He's messaged me. Yeah, that game was awful. That game was really was a really rough watch. 2 of them really positive games in pre-season on tour. Against West Ham, it was a good performance. Against Bournemouth, it was our best performance of pre-season. Played really, really well in that game. Really clinical, really tough conditions as well. And Bournemouth aren't a bad team. They're probably not going to be what they were last season. A lot of players have moved on from there, but still, they're a good team with a good coach. And winning that game 4-1, it was a really good performance. Everton wasn't the best performance out of the tour. It was the worst performance, but still, you would say that still scoring goals, which I think is positive, and again, still hadn't lost. So I think that I think there is room for optimism and positivity coming out of this. This pre-season, and on top of that, it is just that. It's just that pre-season. Some of the clubs that you're expecting to win the Premier League this season have lost games in pre-season because that's what happens, right? You know, when it comes to results in pre-season, you know, they do have a weight, so they do have a bearing. They do, you know, count somewhat when it comes to momentum and feeling and optimism and confidence. Of course they do, but they don't mean everything. As a Manchester United fan, we've lived in an era that Louis van Gaal won every single game in pre-season, beating the likes of Real Madrid and Liverpool, then lost to Swansea at the beginning of the season in his first game at Old Trafford competitively. We've also had pre-seasons under the likes of Sir Alex where we've barely won a game and then we go on to win the title. You know, and that's just not us. That happens with a lot of teams in pre-season. If it really mattered, you know, look at the Community Shield every single season, and this will happen tomorrow with either Liverpool or Crystal Palace, but more so Liverpool. Say Crystal Palace win tomorrow. Liverpool, they're not going to do shit this season. If anything, in more recent history, if you win that Community Shield, that's an indicator you're about to have a pretty shitty season. Because a lot of people that win that Community Shield don't end up winning the league. Funny enough. Because City, during their spell, they rarely won that Community Shield. And then when they did, last season against us on a penalty shootout, what happened? Yeah, they had one of their worst seasons in a very long time. And the other team involved in the Community Shield, we nearly got relegated. So, yeah, that was pretty wild too. Eminem with a super chat says, seeing Carrington, I feel last season, lack of facilities contributed to our performance. I have high expectations for the intensity this season. Let's effing go. I think it just adds to, again, that optimism, doesn't it? It just adds to that optimism of freshness. And again, actions will always speak louder than words. So when these players come out and do these interviews and they say, yeah, we've drawn a line under it. You know, the Luke Shaw interview got a lot of attention, didn't it? Of him saying, we drew a line under it and we're not looking back. And the manager's not even spoken about last season, to be fair. And our pure focus is just on this season, just looking forward and just winning the games and just doing this and just doing that. And you roll your eyes when you see that. But I think what does help that, you're right, Eminem, is that, you know, Carrington's new now. It's different. It's a different facility. And they're like, well, yeah, last season we weren't, you know, was this sort of weird, I don't say transition season because we've been a club in transition for a long time, but you can go, yeah, we started with a manager that actually the higher ups didn't really want. And actually we had Dan Ashworth in there and that didn't work out very quickly. And then Ruben came in, but it was halfway through the season and we just had to get to the end of the season and Ineos was still figuring out who to bring in and this, that, and the other. And, you know, there were plans now for the stadium are in place or hopefully going to be closer to fruition. This, like I said, training ground's done. So when you're unveiling new things, like a new training ground and the surroundings are very much different, then that makes it a lot easier to reinforce that mindset of, no, this is new. This is new. We're not looking back. We're not looking back to last season. We're not in that, you know, transitional period now. This is the position where, right, we've done all that work. We've had all that, we've crawled through that shit for a year. And now it's about coming out of the other side of it. And now it's about making the most of it, about seeing the rainbow after the rain kind of scenario. But again, they are just words. They are just words. So you've got to deliver. These players have got to deliver. There is now more pressure on them than ever. You know, they don't get a pass, certainly. If there ever was a time where they got a pass, it probably was last season, frankly, you know, because we're still here, because we'll always be here. We're fans. We'll always support the club. We'll always back the players on a match day, certainly. We'll have our opinions about whether they're good enough, whether they should be at the club or not, but they'll always have support because you always back the team. You always back the club. But they tested Manchester United fans' resolves to their very limits last season, at a time which we've been shit anyway, and there's turmoil in the club. So, yeah, they've got to deliver, and they can deliver. They should be better than 15th. Is that team there going to win the Premier League this season? No. If you add Benjamin Sesko into the team, is it going to win the Premier League this season? No, I don't think so. But, you know, you add a couple more players than that. You raise the technical level of the team. Again, if you can get a midfielder and a goalkeeper, I'm liking that team a lot more. And I'm seeing a lot of young players that can develop in there as well, and some ready-made players that are exciting. I'm looking at, you know, some of those defenders there. I'm looking at Lenny Oro, who's going to be, he was a shining light in a very dull, dark, and gloomy season last season, wasn't he? He was a shining light, Lenny Oro, and we didn't even see him for all of it. He missed the first 3 months with that foot injury, but the more he plays, he's brilliant. He's a top player. He's still incredibly young, and he will only get better. He will only get more strong. He'll only get quicker. He'll only get more astute with how he manages the game, reads the game. He is a top defender. And having him for a full season, knowing the Premier League, being ready to play in the Premier League, that excites me. Seeing someone like Hayden Heaven, who I still not a regular starter at this point. He's still young. Luke Shaw will start ahead of him at that left centre-back spot. But someone that can knock on the door and can have a breakout season, and he's still young, that's exciting. You're looking at those two wing-backs, Ahmad and Dorgu. I would like better backup there, because it does concern me that, you know, you've got Dallows to come in there and Mazraoui, two defensive wing-backs for me. But I like that pace and energy in the two wing-back positions. Dorgu, I thought, got way too much criticism for a player that had only just come in January into a team completely in turmoil in the bottom half of the table. And we acted like some left wing-back was going to literally, you know, salvage our season, and he was going to be a savior. He's at, how old is he? 20? You know, it was ridiculous, the criticism he got. And now you look at how he's played in pre-season, the first full season. Again, he's raw. He will have bad games still this season, but he's got energy. He's got work ethic. He gets up and down. He's an athlete, which you need as a wing back. And hopefully more of that technical side will come when it comes to him. But he played so well in a couple of pre-season games that when he didn't play in the last one, people were criticizing Ruben for not playing him. So I like those two in wing back. I like that energy. Now, of course, we've got better options in those 10 positions. You've got Mbeumo, you've got Cunha, you've got Mason Mount, you've got Xerxes, who can drop in. You've got Cobby that can come in and be in the 10 or be in the deeper positions. And then, of course, we've now signed Benjamin Sesko. It's really just those sort of pressure points we're now looking at, I think, in this team of midfield. We still need that technical midfielder, whether it is Carlos Baleba, who is a dream target, not only for Ruben Amorim, but from Jason Wilcox. And again, with the information that we have, and we heard a while ago, this Baleba thing, it's very, very real, and it's very, very, very driven by the likes of Jason Wilcox and Ruben Amorim. They really want him. They really, really want him. They're a big, big fans of Carlos Baleba. Just as much as the fan base is a fan of signing Carlos Baleba from Brighton, so is Jason Wilcox, so is Ruben Amorim, so is everyone at Manchester United. Whether or not that deal is possible to pull off in this window, who knows? Who really knows how possible that is going to be to pull off? Time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. Depends on outgoings. If we can get a good fee for Garnacho, you can times that number by 2, maybe 3. You can make an offer to Brighton that maybe they consider. You can send a player the other way, maybe as well. The likes of a Toby Collier can go back to Brighton, perhaps. They can maybe work something out. But if that one doesn't work out, there's also been rumours that United could start to go after Adam Wharton. Reportedly got a gentleman's agreement to leave next summer. but maybe money and the player can speed that things up. So we shall see. I still say I think we'll sign a midfielder in this window. And then, of course, we go to that goalkeeper position, which, you know me, goalkeepers union, goalkeeper at heart. I've said, Donnarumma, I'll do the hot chip. I shouldn't be doing it, right? Do you know what I had in that little break where Flex was doing his road trip? I had this. This is a pot of noodles, okay, by Jim Kitchen. If Jim Kitchen want to sponsor us, and you're watching, then please, because your noodles are excellent, yeah, and they're macro counted, good source of protein, good carbs, good fats. I was scoffing that down when Flex was doing talking on his road trip, yeah, and well, I forgot what my point was with that. oh yeah, they're spicy, curry. That's curry flavors, original curry flavors, yeah, and. What does it say on that? Does it say how hot it is? Does it say? Anyway, it's a bit hot, but it probably for most people, does it say like mild or anything? It doesn't say. No, it doesn't say. But I found that hot, okay? Let alone a hot chip. I'm willing to do the hot chip if Gianluigi Donnarumma signs for Manchester United. He is that good. He is that good. Balls to, well, he's not very good with his feet. And, we don't want to be signing PSG rejects, blah, blah, blah. 26 years old. 26. He's been playing for a decade already. Top flight first team football. He was in the AC Milan first team at 16 years of age. 16. Not like, 18, 19, 20 kind of came through. 16. Just won the Champions League and was a massive part. As much as people want to talk about that PSG midfield and they'll talk about Dembele and they'll talk about all the young players they got now and how incredible PSG and Luis Enrique, make no mistake. Yeah, make no mistake. Donnarumma was a massive part of that. Saves against Villa, saves against Liverpool, saves against Arsenal. This isn't like an Onana where he sprayed the ball around in a final. This isn't an Onana, he's only been there for one season. This is Donnarumma, yeah? This is the guy who inherited the heaviest gloves in football, which are the gloves of Gianluigi Buffon for the Italian national team, right? So this is top. If we could pull that one off, good grief. Good grief. Then I would say some crazy things. Remember, it goes Donnarumma, hot chip. It goes Baleba, Manchester United WWE Championship. I've seen your calls and I've seen what people have been saying in the chat. They've been saying, Owen, you should just get it anyway because you got to 200k and Fleck should buy it for you. I agree. Tau Fleck. In fact, there are 1,600 of you watching right now on Flex's fan view after the game. Tell him again. Tell him again. Say, Fleck, what's going on with that? What's going on with that Manchester United WWE Championship? And on top of that, another one, if someone can find out how to get in touch with the PR agency of WWE, let me know. Forward it to me. Because I did reach out to who I thought was their PR agency, and I didn't hear back. I didn't hear back from them. So bit devastating. Particularly after I got that email the day after the Europa League final. That was bullshit. For those not aware, is it still in here or did I delete it? I probably deleted it because I just couldn't look at it. Yeah, it's not here. The day after the Europa League final, I got a email from WWE that said, Tottenham have won the Europa League. Get yourself a Tottenham WWE Championship. It was horrific. It was horrific. Daniel Luciano says, I live near the headquarters in Connecticut. Will do my best. Come on, Daniel Luciano. I'm looking at you. And when you try and find out, they've got like US reps and they've also got UK reps. I believe in you, Daniel Luciano. That is your task. You're our moderator, member to the stars. You're one of the day one OGs. I believe in you. I believe in the entire UV community. You can do that. We can do this. We can do this. And then maybe I'll get a Tottenham one and spray paint over it. NWO style, something like that. Maybe. That's what I'll have to do. We've got close to 1,600 people watching at the moment. We are over 500 likes. Next stop is 1K. Remember, every time we score 1K likes, we score a goal. Factual. It's not. It's a big lie. Red Baron says, some of your thumbnails make you look 12, Owen. A bit rude, really. I think I look a comfortable 16 there, maybe a bit older. Look at that. I mean, I'm a man. I'm a man. Look at that. That's pure manliness. Okay, right there. Particularly next to Marcel. Are you taking the piss? I'm standing next to Marcel. Come on. Red Barrel also says, our midfield still looks suspect. It's definitely the place that we need to improve. Midfield, goalkeeper, 100%. 100%. Where is Marcel? Is where he says, on the way, a few technical issues. You never know with Marcel, but, you know, one thing he is doing right now, one thing he is giving at the moment is he's giving his
100%. 100%.
That's what he's always given. Okay, he's always giving his 100%. And Red Baron also says, but you think a korma is hot, so it depends on the korma, doesn't it? You know, depends on the korma, and also, I'm not afraid of ordering a korma. I think there's way too much judgment when you go out, you know, for a curry with a group of friends, or you go out with your family, or you go, should we get a curry in? And they go, yeah. You've got to have balls, I think, to order a korma. You don't take balls to order a spicy curry, a really hot curry. Yeah, you got to have balls to order a korma, because there's judgment. Everyone knows there's judgment. Everyone looks around and goes, oh, look at that korma. But when they're all sweating, when they're all doing this, going, they're all lining up your korma. They're all lining up. Can I have a bit of that? It looks really good. I know it looks really good. That's why I ordered it. I ordered it because it looks good, it tastes good, and also I'm not going to be shitting through the eye of a needle tomorrow. So, yeah, no, didn't want to do it to myself, really. So take your spice and piss off, basically. Yeah, that's my naan as well. Can't have any. You can have the poppadoms. I'm not that massive on them. So, you know, nothing wrong with it. Butter chicken's nice as well. I like that. Yeah, do like that. I do like chicken tikka as well. And I'd like a Thai green curry. Look at me. I'm very cultured. That's me. Forget culture cams, culture Owens. I can say Garnacho. That's what I'll do. Garnacho. Alejandro Garnacho. Gotta love the Garnachos. Well, no, you don't. Cams does, but maybe not so much us. Oh, look at this on social media. Ruben Amorim embracing David De Gea in the Old Trafford tunnel at the moment. It's going to be emotional. Well, there is David De Gea. He's running out onto the pitch at Old Trafford. Let me get my screen up. I can hear this. David De Gea gets a round of applause. He went over to the goalkeeping coach, gave him a hug. David De Gea. Claps in the chat. Gloves in the chat as well. Gloves in the chat. Claps in the chat for David De Gea. We can do it here as well. Proper servant of Manchester United. At United from, was it 2011 to 2023? I think was the time he was there. I tell you what, as well, be hilarious. Not only if he makes, obviously, you know, big saves today and does really well, but imagine he comes to Old Trafford and he's spraying passes around. Could you imagine? Could you imagine he's receiving the ball to feet, thinking balls over the top, spraying about, you know, going past players, going, there you go, spraying it about easy, no problem. Yeah. And you know what, actually, this is an interesting one. Nikhil says here in the chat, legend TBH. Are we all in agreement that David De Gea is a Manchester United legend? Yes or no? I think if you're Manchester United's number one for 12 years and you hold the record, he's got the record for the amount of clean sheets at Manchester United. He's got to be a legend. I think he's a legend. I think he has to be considered a legend. You know, and I think it's actually easier. It's difficult to judge if you're a legend of the club whilst they're there. Sometimes once they've left and then you reflect on their sort of tenure as a whole at Manchester United, it's a lot easier to clarify. I'd say he's a legend. I'd say. Ridwan says there's a legends tier. He's a low tier legend. He's not the same level as Keenan Scott. I think that's fair. I mean, we can get quite, we can get what's the word? Pedantic about what does legend mean and this, that, and the other. Is he in the same vein as a Roy Keane, or is he in the same vein as a Wayne Rooney or a Eric Cantona or Ryan Giggs, Scholes? You would go, well, no, obviously no, because those players meant more and they did do more. But there's still, like I said, I think there's a tier list of legends, and I think he does get there. It'd be a lower tier, but he definitely would get there for tenure, for the fact that he did win everything. He won everything at Man United. You can't argue with that, can you? Won the Premier League, won the FA Cup, won the League Cup, won Europa League. He's part of the squad that won Europa League. He didn't play. Did he actually get a medal for that? Because that was Romero, wasn't it? Didn't win the Champions League, obviously. I would assume he got a medal that year as part of the squad, even though that was Romero's Europa League during Jose's time. But he's certainly, he's not a legend in the same vein as a Bobby Charlton, a Dennis Law, George Best, or anything like that. But still, he's a Manchester United legend. Yeah, he's a Man United legend, certainly. And also, on top of that, you'd go with, in a very dark period of time, our banter era, which we're still in, our banter era, you would be like, he carried us. I mean, as a goalkeeper, and this is Ruben Amorim. This is what Ruben Amorim said. He said, we want to change things here. We want another feeling. We want to get people excited. We're going to try to do that today at our home. He says, we saw over in America the team bonding. This is an exciting thing. He says the fans are part of the team. They want the fans with us. You want to give a different feeling. I like the jacket he's wearing. That is a nice jacket. He said, most importantly, it's more preparation, more minutes going into the legs of the players. He says Brian Mbumo, Mateus Cunha both start. Important for them. He said, it's really, really important. First, really. It's important to put all the players at the same level instead of playing just 45. Some playing 45, some playing 20. More minutes to Mason Mount. You have to balance everything to be prepared for this stage of the season. You can talk to him about Benjamin Sesko in a minute. First, David De Gea. He's asked about David De Gea. He said, it's a great goalkeeper. Everyone loves the guy here. I can feel that. So it's always a good time to return home. And I think he feels that. It does feel very much sort of closure, doesn't it? Healing of a wound. He'll be on the other side, and he is an opponent, though. Xavi has a good game, but not too good. Benjamin Sesko, been announced today for Manchester United. A great signing, gives you options. He has the characteristics that we needed. He's a player with all the information we have. We need to stop the guy from working. It's not the opposite. Basically saying he's a workaholic. He's really young. Really, really young. He's good in the air. He's good running the channels. Good on the ball. I think he has great potential. I think he can improve a lot. For sure, he's going to feel at home in our club. He's the right character to be in this group. So we are really, really happy to have him. He said he comes into a good environment. And he says that's important. He's going to notice since the first day, the first training, that he's in the right place. He's going to the new building. That is also important. Things are getting better. But we have to win games. And we have to start today. There you go, Ruben Amorim. It's about results. Indeed. Yes, it is indeed about results. How many likes are we currently at the moment? If you haven't already, click that like button. We've got over 1,500 people watching. Kickoff is in 35 minutes time. It is a 12:45 kickoff. It is available today on MUTV, which of course I know not a lot of people have. So if you stick with us, we'll give you all of the updates throughout the match, and we'll tell you about the goals, the movements, the drama. Hopefully not too much for a preseason game anyway. Well, of course, we'll be back here next weekend, 8 days time. We'll be here against Arsenal, Old Trafford, as per usual. I'll be live 2 hours before kickoff. We'll have, I don't know who's on the match view with me that day, because sometimes KG goes to Old Trafford for the Arsenal game. I don't know what that means as well. I don't know where we're at in terms of KG being at the game, KG being in the country, blah, 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 because as he would very quickly point out, he stayed here rather for the Europa League final, and we lost. So I don't know. I don't know where we're at in terms of, with jinxes and what have you. I did say on the day of the Arsenal match, I will reveal the shirts, it's plural, unfortunately, the shirts that my father has got this season. He has got the home and away kit, and he does have names on the back of said home and away kit. Now, like I said, I'm not going to reveal it until the Arsenal game. I don't know when the right time is, to be honest with you. Do I feel comfortable? Maybe would you rather do it after the Arsenal game? That feels like a big one to reveal that before. That still could be a bit jinx-like, couldn't it? I think after. I agree. Compost. I agree. After the Arsenal game, I think that's right. As someone says, never reveal it. Maybe I could do it at the end of the season. Although we have, I think I revealed last year's kits like halfway through the season or something ridiculous. So I suppose whether I reveal it or not maybe isn't necessarily the issue, is it? Because it's the fact that they exist. The fact that they exist is the problem. But I will do it after the Arsenal game. We'll compromise on that, yeah, folks. I'll do it after the Arsenal game. That's what we'll do. But the only thing to offset a jinx, apparently, from what I've heard, the only thing to offset a jinx is likes. And if you haven't already, you can click that like button. Where are we at actually in terms of subscribers? I know for a fact that we're over 200,000 after yesterday's developments. Look at that, only 5 away from 200,300 subscribers. What would be amazing? Yeah, what would be fantastic? So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Scan that QR code. You can subscribe and get 70% off Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. Did Optimized today. What would be amazing actually would be for the build up about, I got to get to 200k, road to 200k, if actually we weren't on 200k that long at all, if we just got to 201k really, really fast. And it was like, those 200k celebrations didn't last very long. They were just, straight on to 201, and again, good is not, I can't even say that phrase. I nearly said something crazy there. I think it's just reflex. I nearly said good is not good enough. Ooh, that is Gary Neville. Where are you at again? That is, yeah, it's dangerous. Danger, that one, isn't it? That's very, very dangerous. Yeah, but we're not resting on our laurels. That's what I mean. Yeah, we're not resting on our laurels. We're focused moving forward. Next stop is 250k. Exactly. Pyramid scheme is spot on there. Road to 250k. That's exactly the road that we're on. Manchester United, the good times are coming. It's exactly the same with United View. Indeed. So yes, less than 20 likes to go until 700. Kickoff, as I mentioned, is in half an hour's time. In terms of individual players today, guys, let me know in the chat which players in particular are you interested in seeing the most today? Are you keeping your eye on? I think if it was me, I'd be saying I'm interested to see once again how the wing backs do today. I think Patrick Dorgu did really well in pre-season. Ahmad was a bit quiet in a couple of the games when he was at right wing back. Not that I think is too much of an issue because I think there was a bit of a overemphasis on Ahmad last season with, if it's not Ahmad, then we're doomed kind of scenario. Well, I do think we kind of got to get out of that mindset. We should be spreading that responsibility around. So I'm looking at him today to see how he's going to perform. Mason Mount, look, he scored in the last game of preseason against Everton, which we didn't play great. His goal was a fantastic goal. And it's a run of fitness and availability, which during his United career is somewhat unprecedented, isn't it? I can't remember the time that Mason Mount's been available and injury-free for this long a period of time, and he has to be. I still say I don't think his fitness can be trusted. If this is the other part of it, isn't it? With people like Mason Mount and people like Luke Shaw, if they can't stay fit this season, they never will. It's one game a week. Like you can't even do the whole, well, we're just playing a lot of games at the moment. No, you're not. You're not playing a lot of games at the moment. You're playing less than you ever have during your United career, and most actually for your entire career, because most of the time you've been at clubs that have been in European competition. So time to not get hurt, time to show some consistency. That time for Luke Shaw passed a long time ago. United shouldn't give him a new deal, and when his contract is up, I think he'll leave, and he might end up retiring. Mason Mount still is not worth 250k a week for me. I don't think he ever will be. It's an unbelievably silly contract that we gave him. I just think it's ridiculous. And the fact that he's number 7, these are sins of the past that we still have to address and deal with for several years. But whilst they're here, they have to contribute, and Mason Mount has to show something. I think Mason Mount, given the fact that Thomas Tuchel is the England head coach now, if he has a good season, there's a good chance he can end up going to the World Cup. Missed out on the Euros because he's fucking miles off it. Excuse my French. So he needs to perform this season, and maybe he'll have a good shot. So I'm interested to see him today. And then, of course, I think I'm interested to see more in, Mbeumo and Cunha as they get more integrated into the team, as they, get more familiar. It's going to be difficult with Cunha because he's still in the position where he probably won't want to be. He'll want to be in the 10 as opposed to being up front. And Mbeumo at points will end up going up front as well. But it's not ideal. But thankfully, we have signed Benjamin Sesko, so it's not a long-term thing whatsoever. In fact, it's kind of actually gratifying or kind of good that we'd have seen that game when he had to play up front against Everton. And even today, we'll probably see it, that this sort of, having to adapt to that position is, when people were like, oh, if we don't sign a striker, we can just play Bruno, Cunha, and Mbeumo as a fluid front three. We realized very quickly, no, we don't. We don't want that. No, we need a striker. We've got a striker. That's what we need, indeed. We can now, I believe, bring in Mr. Marcel for pre-season. Look at this, Marcel. Welcome. How are you doing?
Oh, good, man. I'm good. When's Benjamin Sesko coming out?
He's gonna be coming out at I don't know, maybe before the game, possibly half-time. We'll have to wait and see. But Sesko is announced. He is confirmed. We've got our striker, Marcel, and who knows what we will do next? Possibly more to come. Right? Possibly more to come.
We need more, Owen. We need more. Yeah. I'm very happy with what NES have done so far. It's only been 3 players, but they've invested very well. Complete new revamp of the forward line. And we need maybe a midfielder or a goalkeeper now. I'm seeing rumors of Donnarumma. Imagine that. Donnarumma joining our club. Something like that. We've really upgraded, and I'm really impressed. I'm 100% optimistic of what our chances can be now. Last game, we're going to see David De Gea as well. Interesting.
He got a nice, for those that will suggest this, I just already put this out there so we can quell the rumors. No, Marcel isn't like he didn't refuse to attend because David De Gea is there today. It wasn't a protest from Marcel or anything like that. It was just, it's just circumstances, wasn't it, Marcel? It's just circumstances. It's nothing to do with David.
Forgive me, everyone. And we're on the I don't want to say the eve, but the post where we're on the 200k subscriber celebrations right now as well. So I am a little bit late for that, but big up everyone, big up the community, man. It's been a good road. It's been a long road, but nothing against David De Gea. Obviously, I'm bygones are bygones. Bygones should always be bygones, and I'm hoping that he has a good game today. But I'm glad that we've moved on. Did you see, by the way, Owen and everyone at the chat? Van der Sar said between
I
David
know.
De Gea, all right, Owen, all right.
Yeah.
So let's just put that marker down. Go on, Owen, tell the people, please.
Well, for what Marcel's referring to, Edwin van der Sar did a either or kind of thing, and he was asked David De Gea or Andre Onana, and he said Andre Onana.
So,
But you can make an argument he's got a much stronger connection to Andre Onana, doesn't he, from his time at Ajax? That's very Edwin van der Sar, very hands-on with him during his time at Ajax. So maybe that's why he picked his friend as opposed to someone.
I respect that.
I
respect that point of view. I mean, Edwin van der Sar is maybe one of our best goalkeepers, from our history. I mean, there's just Schmeichel, but van der Sar's up there. So for him, he knows the level of top goalkeeper. And I'm not saying Onana's a top goalkeeper. That's why I 100% agree with your sentiment on that. Just to quickly just expand on David De Gea. But I think we just needed a balance. I'm glad that Onana's come into our Manchester United awareness of what a goalkeeper is, because we needed somebody to show us that kind of type of technical ability, or for us to be aware of that, and we need somebody in between a David De Gea and Onana. Funny enough, then so those that kind of wanted somebody that's got the technical kind of ability from the feet, I don't think they were wrong. But then again, those that wanted that traditional sense of goalkeeping, and I think Donnarumma is maybe closer to that, by the way. So hands up in that regard, but. Yeah, I think Donnarumma is going to be an upgrade. There's no question, no doubt, he would be fantastic. And funny enough, the way that we're playing, the way that Ruben wants us to play football it's a little bit pragmatic. You've got 3 defenders there, so you need someone basically to keep the ball at the net. First and foremost, they're going to be reasonably well protected because there's going to be 3 centre backs in and around their vicinity. So it's just the shots whenever they come in, to the area, and maybe commanding that back 3 as well. So Donnarumma's tall, massive presence. He's someone that would be a really good fit for us, I think.
He's still young as well. He's only 26, but he's been around for a decade. Broke into AC Milan's team at 16. Replaces Gigi Buffon in the Italian national team. He's top. He really is top. And this isn't in the same way that I think we're scarred from the Rasmus Højlund deal, that we're scared of signing a young striker. We're like, oh no, can't do that again. We're scarred from the Onana deal in the sense of a keeper that has just had a season of Champions League heroics. We're like, oh, don't get him. But he's genuinely a top goalkeeper. It's not just last year in the Champions League, which of course he was fantastic in. But unlike Onana, more than one game in last year's Champions League, Donnarumma was brilliant in. But also at an international level for Italy, he's been superb. And he's been a top goalkeeper for a very, very long time. And if we were to get him, look, Marcel, it was so unlikely like 2 or 3 weeks ago that I said I'd do a hot chip if we got him. So, I mean, the fact that now it could be a thing is quite concerning medically. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You'll be
fine, man. You're a big man. You don't care about medical. I want to see this hot chip challenge, man.
I don't know, man. That'll be tough. That will be difficult, but it's fine.
What was I going to say? Donnarumma, apparently he wants a new challenge as well. So this is like, the likelihood is it there? Like, and PSG, I believe, have purchased a new goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's not even like, I mean, he's got 1 year left in his contract. So there's a lot of thought of, is he posturing for a new deal, blah, blah, blah. But then, like you said, they have just signed a new goalkeeper. I think it's the goalkeeper from Lille. And that's led to a lot of people going, well, this isn't just like a contract thing because they've already signed a replacement. There is this feeling of, like you said, because Donnarumma isn't like the most amazing with his feet, there's an idea that actually, does he actually fit what Luis Enrique really wants to do? He might want a goalkeeper that's a bit better with his feet, or that PSG, like he's got big wages, maybe PSG want to bring the wage bill down, which is why I still have doubts about moving to United, because we're just not in the business now of offering huge wages for players. You look at Brian Mbeumo's on like £160,000 a week. Mateus Cunha's 180. Benjamin Sesko's on 160. There are only 4 players that have got more than £200,000 a week at United now, which are 2 of which are going to be leaving in the next 12 months. Casemiro's highest earner. His contract expires at the end of the season. Jadon Sancho's on 250. His contract expires at the end of the season. He's probably going to leave in this window. The other 2 are Bruno's on 300, who the captain should be the highest earner, you would think, for what he contributes. And then the other one is just a bad contract, which was Mason Mount's 250, which we shouldn't have been offering that amount in the first place. So I just can't see a situation where Man United would go to Donnarumma and say, all right, we'll give you then, like De Gea wages, like he was on us like 375, because that's the other part. And you're right with this. I think sometimes people look at the Onana situation and go, well, we shouldn't have got rid of De Gea. And it's like, well, two things can be true at the same time. David De Gea still probably should have moved on. It was time to go in a different direction. And Ten Hag wanted something more from his goalkeeper. But also, we shouldn't have got Onana as a replacement. We messed up in the replacement aspect of it there. But if we got Donnarumma, my goodness me, that would just be something else. And he's getting 26. He'd be Man United's goalkeeper for a decade if he wanted to be,
Yeah.
Oh, God, it would be amazing.
Is it a thing, Owen, where he's world class? Is it worth the wages? And I know, like, even when we bring into the conversation of financial, Sir Jim was talking about us being broke at some point, like 8 months or so ago. And I really, it's quite funny. His version of broke is completely different version from my broke.
No.
He's a completely different type of, we have no money. Because if I'm in the overdraft, or if I've got no money and I'll go into I'm finished. My bank is cooked.
Yeah, exactly. The card just don't work. You go to tap and it goes, that hasn't worked. And then you try, and when you tap it doesn't work, then you try and put it in and do the thing and go, no, it still doesn't work. Take it back out. Yeah.
Or take my card because I'm in overdraft.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was like you said, a lot of people are saying that, but I think it's because the Cunha signing was based on last year's budget, so that didn't fall into this year's accounting year. The Mbeumo one was always budgeted for. The Sesko one, to me, says they're very confident that players are going. Garnacho, club-to-club talks with Chelsea are happening now. That's pure profit, so you can times it by 2 or 3. And also maybe Sergio just lied. I mean, what's the most obvious explanation? It was bullshit. That's the most obvious one, So, and also, when it comes to all of that, as is always the case, Marcel, no one will care as if we're winning games. If we're winning games and we're winning trophies and competing in the league, no one will care. And also, I've gone with this theory this week. I don't know what you think about it. If there was ever a time to risk it, if there was ever a time to gamble, it might be in the season where you're playing once a week and you've got the advantage of, freshness, not being fatigued, not having to travel around Europe, not participating in the Club World Cup over the summer. So you have had a good break. The majority, if not all of your squad's been there for pre-season. Maybe now would be the time to be like, actually, tell you what, let's go for it. Let's go for it because we're not competing for anything else. We don't have to worry about rotation. Why not? Yeah. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah, no, you're right. I really do agree with you. I mean, they can really, he was complaining about training last season. He had a really horrible period where he got everybody injured when he had a lot of training days. I think it was like an international break or something. And then 3 or 4 players fell down injured with that period. Now he should be all right. I think we've got a really good bench as well, just in general. I feel like, players like Mason Mount to come off the bench sounds really good to me. I mean, he's not going to be fantastic in terms of quality, but he can play 4 different positions, anywhere in the midfield. Garte sometimes to come off the bench, Kobe to come off the bench. Like in games, he can really change things, or add Xerxes to come off to the bench. There's good players here. And I think, the expectation for me has to be a lot higher than what we were saying at one point, especially if you can add a Baleba or Wharton. If you can add one of those 2 in this window, get rid of a Garnacho, get rid of a Sancho, get rid of a Malacia, get rid of an Anthony, and you free up maybe a 80 million, 90 million. You can pay Brighton maybe 60 million upfront now and do an installments for the rest of it, in a year's time or so. And you can bring some proper quality players to this club. And I still think you've got Sekou Kone, who I think will break through this season for me. So I'm really optimistic.
Wow. If he's going to break through, he's got to play. That's part of the thing. Is E6 says, genuinely, does anyone know what's going on with Sekou Kone? He got no minutes across pre-season, did he? I don't think. And Shay Gans, the latest member of the UV Members Club, didn't get any minutes, particularly on tour, which was a bit strange, particularly when all of the reports came out suggesting that they weren't going to send him out on loan because he had impressed in pre-season, but he impressed so much that he never played. It was a bit odd. So I wouldn't be shocked if maybe they do change their mind. I mean, he's not even on the bench today, so maybe they have changed their mind on that one, and he does go out on loan. Which players out of this starting 11 are you expecting, or you looking at in particular today, Marcel? I mean, it's probably not the team that's going to start against Arsenal. It's probably close, but it's probably not the team. Which players are you going to be looking out for in particular?
It's a good question. Heaven and Dorgu for me. I mean, Dorgu's really come on strong, over these preseason games, over over the preseason, and I need to see him kind of push on a bit more. Last season obviously was his kind of breakthrough season, but he's really nervous at times, and I need him to be more aggressive 1v1. It's all about the wing backs for me. Do they have the capability to pin back a defensive line? That's really key in Ruben's system if he wants to overload and be successful in the opponent's half and sustain attacks in the opponent's half. For me, the wing backs need to be high, and we need to be able to get all our footballers in the opposition's half with our wing backs acting as long as possible as wingers. And I need to see the wingers being able to take on their player 1v1 and being very happy to do that, and then finding our 10s or our forward. So I'm looking at Dorgu to really come on strong. For me, I don't want to say it too early, but I'm expecting a very, very high level from this player. He's got all the physical attributes, the engine as well. So I'm expecting him to go right to the top as a wing back and really help Ruben dominate with this system. Obviously, the midfield as well is really important for us, because we're playing a 2 in a Premier League and in a league where I think 3 rules everything. 3 midfielders feels like it rules everything in this league, and it really worries me that we play a 2. So you need smart 10s that are willing to help him, become a 3 at times, and you need greedy defenders that Tuchel said he doesn't like, that are ready to push up and become a 3 as and when, and know that kind of time when to do that. So I'm looking at obviously Yora as well. He needs to be able to drive out with the football and almost become a playmaker in Ruben's system. He needs to be able to. That's the next side of his game, I think, for me, and that he really needs to, improve at, is become that playmaker. I know Heaven has it, and that's why I'm looking at him today, because I don't think he's going to start when the like of Maswari comes into the fray and Martinez gets fit. I think Heaven might take the back burner, but because he's so tall, he's got pace, he looks really composed. If he can produce, 7s and 8s out of 10s for amount of consistency, then maybe he breaks in and demands that first, that starting spot. Casemiro, I wanted to go, if I'm honest. That frees up wages for a Baleba, if I'm honest, Owen. I really wanted him to leave. I'd seen reports, I don't know if it's real, you would obviously know way better than myself, if Brazil, Saudi, these kind of countries, clubs within these countries, obviously wanting Casemiro potentially on loan, World Cup year coming up, all these kind of things. So I don't see why Ruben will be giving him minutes. Collier apparently was meant to be on loan, but he's good enough to play in the midfield. Mainu's good enough to play in the midfield. Agate is good enough to play in the midfield. Sekou Kone, for me, is good enough to play in the midfield alongside Bruno Fernandes. So, even Mason Mount. So I don't see why Casemiro is needed, especially if you go for a Wharton. A Wharton.
Yeah, I think with the Casemiro to Saudi thing comes up every window, and every single time they say they're not interested. I do think you bring up a good point in the sense that he's got a year left on his contract, and if United really wanted to push it, they could say, you back in the Brazil squad now with Don Carlo as the manager. What you don't want is to have a season where you're not playing and you don't end up going to what's probably going to be your last World Cup that you can go to. But I do think that Casemiro, he's like the highest paid player at the club, 350k a week. He's not getting that anywhere else in Europe. You probably would get it in Saudi, obviously, but there's got to be interest both ways to do it. Maybe he's just like, I'm not interested. Maybe he's just like, I'm just not interested in it. I'm not having it. Ruben, to be fair, he did win Ruben over last season. First, half of his time there, didn't play at all. Second half, he was one of our more important players towards the end of the season. So with bringing in some less experienced guys, maybe he's relying on a Casemiro to have some experience to, I don't know, set some standards. But, I'm with you. If an offer came, absolutely, it frees up a lot of money that we could use on someone else. Other players I'm looking at, I'm glad you mentioned Patrick Dorgu. He had a really good preseason. He looked really, really sharp. He's a proper athlete. I mentioned this earlier on. I was actually quite frustrated with the criticism he got last season because I just thought it was way too quick for like a 20-year-old coming into one of the worst Manchester United teams ever. Let's be honest. Left, obviously, in this system, wing backs are important, but they're not going to win or lose you the game in that regard, in the sense that you're not going to come into the team at 20 from Lecce and then suddenly we're amazing. It's just not going to happen. He's going to come in, have to adjust, still try and get better and adapt to English football and try and also learn how to play as a left wing back, because he wasn't a specialist left wing back or anything like that. He'd played left back, right back, he was still learning. So I thought the criticism of him was too harsh, but I think he's got all the right qualities physically. I like that he's athletic, quick, up and down, works hard in Pre-season, we saw him. He's always on the overlap. Presses really hard. This team has to press hard. That's what Ruben wants his players to do, is press from the front, press. So I think this is going to be a big season for him too. I'm looking at him today. And like you said, just as a team in general, I'm just hoping that like that level of intensity is there. We did the game obviously against Leeds in Sweden, and it wasn't the best game to watch. It looked quite a lot like United of last season. But then when on tour, they were a different United. They were way more high intensity. They pushed teams really hard. They pressed them longer than just the 20 minutes press. So I'm hoping that continues today, and also hoping that an Mbeumo or Cunha gets the first Old Trafford goal. That would be nice. And maybe, like you said, Mason Mount, he scored against Everton, and this might be the longest period of time he's not been injured at United during his time here. So he's got to keep it up, I suppose.
I remember, KG mentioning something along those lines as well, just in terms of the fitness of both Luke Shaw and Mason Mount. And I think Mason Mount's one of those players, when you talk about intensity, it's a great point. It's like, he brings that though, I can't doubt him in that side of his game. I mean, his ability to press what's in front of him and make tackles is way better than any of our options in the front three for me. It's just that the other three are way better than him at scoring goals and producing, results and moments of quality. And Mbeumo, I think, is better than him. Cunha's better than him. I think even Sesko, we have to play him in front of Mason Mount to see what level he can bring. And he is a bench player, but he's a great option off the bench for me. He's just fantastic. It's like that front three options now, we've got real good quality and options to play with before, because Garnacho was like our go-to every single time. Please save us. But even now, you can bring Mainu in that forward as well and say, Mainu, go and play in the 10 if we need someone to break down banks of 4. He's one of those players that can do that if the game needs to be a bit slower. Xerxes can keep the ball in the opposition's half. So I'm really excited about our options up front.
Yeah. What do you think about the future of Rasmus Højlund? Obviously, rumours that he might end up going out on loan to AC Milan. Of course, he's not playing today. What do you think?
I'm worried. I'm really worried because I think we need 3 forwards, but you mentioned, really intelligently before that we're only playing 2 games a week, and Xerxes one game a week, Owen, and Xerxes and Sesko, I think, are ahead of him, and he's a Man United fan. I love that's a dream for me, Man United fan playing for the club. You're number 9, but he just hasn't shown that he's gonna, and he presses well. He's never one like that. Gives you a lot of effort. But it's like nobody wants to pass him the football, or he's not being able to connect with his colleagues to demand the football. He doesn't really have that presence. I'm sure Sesko is going to be showing us better shooting technique, even though Højlund looked like he had it at times. Left foot, right foot. It's really weird. I believe that, sometimes somebody can be so low. That's a precursor for them, on the opposite end, when they get it right, to be able to perform so high. But it's like that's not coming into fruition yet. I think he needs the loan. It's good for us to ascertain some revenue to maybe utilize that in other areas, for this season, taking the risk like you mentioned as well. I think he has to go. I think he goes on loan, and I deal with a season with 2 strikers. But before you know it, Chileobi, surpasses him in 2 years or in a year. And you've got, if Sesko can stay fit for a season, if Xerxes can stay fit for a season, that's the end of Højlund for me. And it was a big investment.
I agree. I think if Sesko hits the way they think he's going to hit and the way they want him to hit, then it just becomes really a case of who plays back up to Sesko as opposed to who leads the line. And is that even what he wants, for his career? Does he want to be a backup striker? So I think you're right. I think a permanent exit would be the best thing for him. I think Ruben, clearly it doesn't fancy him that much. And it's just a case of how long does that take for the penny to drop? Because he might still be, like you said, like, I'm a Man United fan. I'm a young guy. It was my dream move. I'm not interested really in going anywhere. But maybe it takes a season for that penny to drop if he's not going to be playing all that much. We'll have to see. And maybe you do sell a loan to him, sort of in the sense of you go, look, you just need to play. You're still young. What you don't want is to have a season of you not playing and stifle your development. And also, as we've seen, it's an environment thing, isn't it, as well? You just want to sometimes get out of a difficult environment. Man United is a very challenging environment. The fan base is rough on you. They will always be rough on you, because they expect big things. And whilst it can be a place, whereas if you succeed, it's the greatest place in the world. But if you don't succeed, everyone's going to let you know it. And sometimes that's not the best place for younger players that can't handle that expectation or pressure. And that's not even necessarily a failing on him. A lot of good players come to Manchester United and it not worked out because of whatever reason. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think a move elsewhere, just get back to Italy where he was at before with Atalanta, develop a bit more there, and then we can go from there. Right, players going to be coming out on the pitch shortly. But they've got some signings to bring out, Marcel, to entertain the crowd with. Four of which in total. So they're going to be coming out very shortly.
4?
Yeah, including Diego Leon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing a presentation for everyone.
Please welcome Matthias Cunha. Walks out at Old Trafford. Gets a rousing reception.
I knew number 10.
Exactly, Marcel. Gets chance of Cunha from the Old Trafford faithful.
He's playing up front as well today. Do you think he'll get a lot of games up front because his pressing?
No, I think it's just an absence of a number 9. Diego Leon is the next one out. Of course, young player. Certainly not going to be in the same vein as Cunha and Mbumo or Benjamin Sesko. But could develop into a big player. You never know.
Oh, yeah. It's physical. He looks, again, never like big, strong player. He's young, though.
And it's good to have someone else that can play at left wing back,
Yeah.
Better than having Luke Shaw go there and fall apart.
Yeah,
There's Brian Mbumo, the new number 19. I think he's going to have a really good season, Marcel. I'm a big Mbumo believer.
Yeah. I'm seeing 15 goals already. Just looks like 15 goals, 10 assists. He just looks like a killer.
Yeah. There was a report saying that actually statistically he was like closest to Mo Salah out there in the Premier League or something like that. That kind of player. Liverpool were considering him to replace Salah when they thought he might be leaving. So
he just looks deadly. It just looks like if you give him the football 1v1, it's gonna find a space.
And here is the latest sighting. There is Benjamin Sesko. He's a giant, Marcel. Look at the size of him.
Yeah.
An absolute giant.
Hoyland was like that, though. I'm pretty sure when we first saw him, and he got
this. Yeah, but this is on another level. Look at the size of him. He's the same size as Fred the Red. Fred Red's got a giant head. He's the same size, massive. 6'5".
Yeah. This is good. And I was reading before previously. A couple of years back, he was saying he wasn't ready to join United, but now the time has come.
Not bad at all. Not a bad window, that. Not a bad window. 4 signings through the door. More to come, hopefully. Let's get a midfielder in, maybe a goalkeeper. Sesko's holding up the shirt. It doesn't have a number on it, though. Interestingly, we'll have to wait and see what that is.
So maybe looking to get rid of Hoyland's number 9 and make.
Well, I said that maybe.
Yeah.
The Manchester United players are out on the pitch. Bruno Fernandes leading the Red Devils. Behind him is Casemiro. And on the other side is David De Gea leading out Fiorentina. Here we go. Final game of pre-season. Then next weekend, we've got Arsenal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think Sesko plays the first game? Do you think he plays? Is he ready?
I think he'll be on the bench. I think he'll be on the bench. It'll be closer. He has played some pre-season games, and he'll have a week of training. So we'll see.
It would be nice, really, for him to play. Maybe he gets 20 minutes or so. And Cunha, they may be putting Cunha up front now because he maybe starts the game up front. Would that be our front three then? Mason, Mount, and Mbumo, Cunha? Potentially.
Possibly. Because Xerxes probably not back in time.
Yeah.
So we've said about those options. We're somewhat limited, I suppose, a little bit. So
I think Xerxes is going to have a good season, I really do. I think when he plays, he'll be impactful. Another one that can play 10 as well for me.
N248 says salon value is small club strategy as they have limited ways of making big money. Big clubs make their money off the pitch, not by flipping players. Ghost Hunter says glad to see De Gea back, even if he's on the wrong side. Indeed, it's nice to see him back home. It's like welcoming a relative back, but it's kind of but once the game starts, doesn't matter, mate. Doesn't matter. Score goals past him. But he won't make it easy because that's what he's good at, stopping balls from going in the back of the net.
Yeah, he's top. He's top at saving. He's got really good reactions.
And he did well at Fiorentina last season.
Yeah, I saw that. A couple penalty saves or a few penalty saves as well. Yeah.
We are less than 100 likes away from 1K likes, folks. So just before kickoff, if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 1K likes. As they're now doing the presentation for David De Gea. We were having this conversation before you got here, Marcel. He's United legend for you, David De Gea?
Yeah. I mean, he's won the Premier League.
He won everything but the Champions League at Man United.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the requirement. Like, even Bruno's not a Man United legend yet. We're talking about Manchester United. You have to win the Premier League to be considered, I think, a legend.
Yeah, well, he's got the record for most clean sheets at Manchester United as well.
Yeah.
There for 12 years. Yeah. Multiple-time player of the season. And really, goalkeepers should never get player of the season. If a goalkeeper's getting player of the season, they're bailing you out. They're bailing you out a lot of the time.
Yeah. Facts. Yeah, I would consider him, even though, towards the end of his tenure, I think he needed to go. A couple seasons, in fact, but he's definitely a Man United legend in my books, I would say.
Chance of old David De Gea. A ring out at the Theatre of Dreams. As we just awaiting kickoff. It's always the way with pre-season fixtures is that kickoff time's always like in flux. It's 12:45, but they're like, hey, don't matter. If they're a little bit late. I believe the mascot that's with David De Gea is his daughter, right?
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I did see that. That's really nice.
As Take Me Home United Road. John Denver is echoing around the Theatre of Dreams.
Big season for Bruno as well. He's going to be changing his position majority of the games in the 8. Yeah, I think again, we're demanding him to kind of change his kind of style of football instead of. Well,
he's going to be going back to, Ruben prefers him as a deeper player, doesn't he? As more in the 8 as the 10.
Yeah.
Sort of saying that if anything, he's not disciplined enough to play in the 10, he was basically saying, because he tries to get too involved in the game, which is ironic because you would think you have to be also disciplined to play as the 8, as well, or any role really. But
yeah. I mean, on the ball though, he's brilliant for what Ruben wants as an 8. He's gonna automatically try and get us on the front foot, and spread the play, where he has wing backs and overloads in the wide areas. And he's always looking for a pass to break lines. So on the ball,
and we're off.
Like you say.
Brian Mbeumo with the kickoff for Manchester United today at Old Trafford. See if we can get some goals. And to tell you what, United, we saw this in pre-season, not afraid to go direct. Ruben actually was. There's been a bit of a shift. Whilst we do have those longer spells of possession and the horseshoe playing it around the back 5. Ruben does like that quick ball forward over the top. Now we got pacey players to run onto it, like Cunha, like Mbeumo, like a Benjamin Sesko, who's going to be tall to bring it down as well. It's going to be really interesting. Those sort of high balls, obviously being 6'5", wins a lot of headers.
Yeah,
which
Mbeumo to run off him.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
Exciting.
Yeah. Oh, that's good feat by Ahmad.
Yeah.
Ahmad needs to have a good season as well. I've been seeing him. He's got pictures. He's got pictures on Instagram holding the Ballon d'Or.
Yeah. He's going to be. He's a bit of a menace as well, isn't he? See him with Aiden Heaven and all that kind of stuff as well. He's always taking the piss.
Yeah. No, I love his character and I think he's a top player. And I think he suits the wing back role really well in that type of player.
You were saying last season, you said he was best right wing back in world football, didn't you?
Yeah, and I believe that he will be able to achieve that. Obviously, Hakimi is obviously ahead of him, but he can do it. He just needs to show it consistently, and I think he backs himself as well.
Well, this will be his first season of consistently playing right wing back near enough every game, won't it? Last season he was playing as 10 quite a lot still.
Yeah.
Bayern Deer, first touch for Lenny Yoro. Big season for him as well. He's a top player. Never seen it going direct. I think it's those kind of direct balls they'll be looking for Benjamin Sesko quite a lot.
Yeah. He looks like he can carry the ball well as well, Benjamin Sesko.
Yeah. As David De Gea gets a round of applause for his first touch. I suppose, like, this is the other part of it as well. We're talking about the press and all that kind of stuff. The reality is, because David De Gea isn't good with the ball at his feet, you should press him really hard when he's got the ball. Yeah. But do you want to embarrass him on his return to Old Trafford?
Nah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think there would be like an element of, do we want to sort of force him in? Because you could make it really difficult for him, couldn't you? You could be like, as soon as De Gea gets it, get on him. Put him under pressure because he'll make a mistake.
You're right. You're right.
Good touch.
Yeah, you are right, Owen. It's just I wouldn't if I just wouldn't.
There's a respect factor there, isn't there?
Yeah, he didn't get a proper send off, which was kind of bad, you know.
Good pass that. Oh, Cunha tried a bit of a 1-2 with Brian Abu. Maybe it wasn't. A bit of a soft pass by Cunha there. Yeah. De Gea, whilst he's the captain today, he's not usually the captain. Usually the captain is Ranieri, the defender, but just today, obviously for the return to Old Trafford, De Gea's got the armband.
Fair enough, I didn't know that.
Lenny Yoro is such a good player.
Yeah,
say that, give the ball away. Wasn't a good pass.
He's a top player.
Here come Fiorentina on the attack. Ball in. Oh, header over from Moise Keane.
We were linked to Moise Keane, I think, at one point.
Yeah, we were linked with him, previously of Everton. It's actually Edin Dzeko who gets the cross in, formerly, of course, of Manchester City. It's a bit of a deflection, makes it a bit awkward. And then Keane kind of steals a run on Lenny Yoro. It's just deflection off Aiden Heaven, In the end, Yoro just does about enough.
His behind there just kicked that out of play.
Yeah. Our goalkeepers are so good at Man United, aren't they? They're great.
Oh, man.
We're 30 likes away from 1K likes, folks. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe to United View. Nearly already halfway to 201K. So much for 200 yesterday. 250,000. That's the next step.
Yeah.
I remember, Marcel, the first time you came on United View. I think, if I remember correctly, it was after a Southampton away game, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah. Many moons ago now.
Yeah.
Wow. It was a long time. I mean, under Ole. Under Ole,
yeah. I think we drew 1-1, I think.
Yeah.
And Flex beat you after the game. Yeah, one of the first games, first or second. It was because first game of that season was when we beat Leeds 5-1. It might have been like the second game, something like that.
Yeah, it was the second game. It was an away game as well.
Yeah.
I was going back to Southampton, and Wan-Bissaka played really well, and a couple of Rashi played really well that game, but
I remember, and this is genuinely true. And the reason I remember this, because I remember it so well, because I clipped it up for social media at the time. You were saying, you're going, what I think Bruno needs to play in is the 8. You're going, Bruno needs to play as an 8. I want 2 8s. You went, I want 2 8s, and Bruno's one of the 8s.
Yeah.
Fast forward all these years later, Marcel. Who would have believed it? Bruno's in the 8.
Yeah, he's meant to be an 8. Funny enough, we needed him to carry us, but he's an 8.
Casemiro fizzed that one in to Cunha. Mason Mount trying to run in behind. Got a bit blocked off. It's a Fiorentina throw. I tell you what, Masha, as well, we need goals today because the games on US tour, which I did by myself, we had goals in all of the game. Last time you were here, it was 0-0. If we get another 0-0 today, people are going to start talking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. We need to score goals. We do need to score goals. And we've purchased goals, amongst our front three, especially in Cunha and Mbeumo, two of the best players outside the top 6 teams. They scored goals last season.
Barina with the super chat says, embarrass him. Onana and Bayern are your keepers. I know. Well, the Old Trafford is kind of used to a bit of goalkeeping embarrassment, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a good
tackle. Patrick Dorgu gets applause from Old Trafford, that slide.
Yeah.
Have a look at this. Yeah, good tackle. It was really good on tour as well. Corner ball to Fiorentina.
Yeah,
no, we haven't. We haven't. It's been a couple of passes, haven't really connected just yet.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to be a team that kind of dominates possession in games, or?
It's 1-0 Fiorentina. And Old Trafford falls silent. I tell you what, it's really, really poor, actually. It's really poor. It's a ball in from the corner, and he's just free.
He's free.
Look at this. Outswing, look. No one near him. No, but there's 2 white shirts.
Free, basically.
That's really bad. Look at this. Ball in. Yoro misses the header, but there's 2 white shirts completely free. Nobody near him.
Yeah,
that is shocking. That's shocking.
Yeah.
And it's not even a good corner. It's not like, it's a great ball in. It's a nothing ball in.
Yeah.
It's an outswinger, and there's 2 free white shirts. Good God. It's shocking.
That is bad.
Wow. 1-0 Fiorentina. You did mention that we hadn't really settled into the game at all.
Yeah.
Now you've got to react, Man United. 1-2,
that's good.
Ahmad.
Positive. No, it's what? A corner? No?
I thought it was a corner, apparently not. Just sliced it. Have a look.
Oh.
I just sliced it.
Yeah.
But folks, that's why, we do need those. We're 2 likes away from 1K likes. That's why we conceded it. We haven't got 1K likes. Actually, what we don't need as well, because we have had a pretty positive preseason. What we don't need is to have our final game of preseason be a loss where we start going, we're not looking good.
Yeah.
We need some momentum. We need something. And Mbeumo. And you just get the impression it's going to be painfully obvious how much we need a number 9 today. Just that lack of a focal point to play off. Ball over the top by Maguire. They said Dorgu's fouled him.
And number 9, and I think I'm really looking for those wing backs to, when they get the ball, just stretch the play as much as you can. Obviously, Maguire there trying to find Dorgu.
So I say in those sort of diagonal balls over the top, that's what Maguire does a lot. See Yoro start to do them. See, that's what the spirit of De Gea wasn't the best pass out, was it?
Yeah. Oh, foul.
Oh, that's a crunching tackle, you bitch. Oh, he's all right. I thought for a second they'd hurt Ahmad. I was like, we're not having injuries before the season. Ball over the top. He's onside. And his flag up.
Is that Mbeumo all the way back there trying to help?
Yeah, he gets involved.
Yeah.
Ghost Hunter with the super chat says, I hope these Donnarumma rumours are true, but the wages will be a concern. The wages are a concern. I mean, you can't do anything about, with Bayern about that goal, but just in general, Have a
His
goalkeeper of that
kicking was
quality.
really bad. His kicking was really bad though, by India last season. I remember from dead ball situation, goal kicks out the pitch.
And like I said, not that Brian Dick could do anything about the goal necessarily, but sometimes if you've got a world-class goalkeeper, they can pull off miracle saves for stuff like that. Cunha traveling with it. There you go. Out to Dorgu. Is he going to give it back? Cunha again. Bruno. It's getting quite tight. That's a good 1-2 that, though. Ball in. It's good build-up play. Good one-touch passing. And look, press, got it back. Dorgu again. They might go back and recycle, I think. Maguire. Everyone's in Fiorentina's half, aside from Lenny Oro.
That's kind of what I want to see a lot more of, is us keeping the ball in the opposition's half. And how does Ruben set us up in a way that we're able to do that consistently?
That goal is so frustrating because it's such a bad goal to concede.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'd rather them get that out of the way now than in the season, right? If it means conceding a silly corner like that now and not moving forward, then fine. Good touch by Brian Mbumo.
That's a great touch.
Because that's a foul. Play on. Oh, Mason Mount's down, though. Dorgu. Back to Casemiro. It wasn't the best pass. I tell you what, Bruno fizzed it into Brian Mbumo, and he did a great touch. Yeah. Dorgu. Can't get his feet sorted.
Dorgu's got them little flicks, though. Thinking that other preseason game. Is that a foul?
Yeah. Bruno absolutely fizzed it into Mbumo, and he stopped it dead.
Yeah. We look like we kept the ball reasonably well there as well, and you know.
Our build-up play in the tour was good. Like 1-2 touches between Mbumo and Bruno and Cunha and Ahmad was really good. I just feel like it's kind of still. And that's why I'm so glad we signed Sesko today. It is screaming out for that kind of focal point of when you get it in those wide areas. If you've got a player that's 6'5" in the box, you put the ball in. You know.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got a number 10 playing as a striker, you don't really fizz the ball in because what are they going to do? You just don't do that. You go back and you try and play it to feet. So I think Sesko will be that outlet that they try and hit quite a lot, which is encouraging. And also maybe having that kind of taller player maybe does make up for a lack of technical quality in the team. We're talking about how, you know, in midfield, they're not that great. But what do you do if you're not that great on the ball? Go long a lot, don't you?
Yeah.
go long. Aim for Sesko. Aim for Sesko, get a knockdown.
And players that are going to run, like Mbumo, that are going to run in behind and try and create.
Yeah. Maguire, little standing on Dzeko's foot. Didn't mean it.
Yeah, what is Dzeko doing? This is all extra now. It's a friendly, man.
How
Go
old
with
is
it.
Dzeko? He must be late 30s at this point.
Yeah, 37, 38.
39. 39.
Wow.
Marcel.
Wow. That's positive for my career then. I can still... Wow.
Still got to go pro. Never know.
Still going to go pro.
Jamie Vardy settings. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Force hospital pass. Oh, no.
Oh, well recovered.
Just enough. I tell you what, that would have looked like a Casemiro error, but Dorgu gave him a really hospital passer.
Casemiro needs to tell him.
Yeah. There you go. Man United won it back from a De Gea kick, Marcel.
Yeah.
Casemiro. Oh.
I would have expected Cass maybe to shoot from there, but okay.
Do you like Iron Brew, Marcel?
Yeah, I do. Very good drink.
Yeah. It's very polarizing. Some people hate it. Some people like it. Very much a Marmite drink, I found.
Is it? What's that and Supermalt? Apparently some people don't like Supermalt. Have you tasted Supermalt before?
I've never tried that.
I need to bring you a Supermalt. That's
what KG drinks.
Yes, 10 out of 10. I need to bring you a Supermalt. Next time we're in the studio, when I see you in the studio, when that time comes, I'm gonna.
Or maybe it's 200K. If there's a 200K event, Marcel.
Oh my gosh, there needs to be waiting for HR to sort this out.
Yeah, you can start the shuttle runs again.
Yeah. I'm ready. Hills. I'm gonna be doing hills this time. It's hill sprints this time.
That's brutal.
Yeah,
well, let's be fair. I'm in better shape than I was last time at 100K. 100K party, I was getting out of breath playing those football games.
I've seen. I remember you showed us Fat Owen. This is unbelievable condition you're in now in comparison. Unbelievable.
Yeah. But, we teamed up at Talker Social last time. We won.
Yeah, we won. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Always keen. He nearly went in and out of the centre backs there. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, foul.
That's a foul.
Yeah.
Still 1-0 to Fiorentina, though. An early goal from a corner.
I haven't seen much of Cunha. I think he does suit the 10 so he can get more involved, turn and dribble with the football.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he likes the striker role all that much, does he?
Yeah.
But thankfully, it's just he's not going to have to be there very long.
I can see he's already kind of swapped with Mason Mount. Mason Mount's leading the press currently. The ball's being played long up to him.
Oh, De Gea classic. I told you, like, if you put pressure on him, then that's what he's gonna do, isn't it? Like,
this was my point many years ago.
Yeah,
this is my point. This was my point many years ago.
That's what and obviously there was nice sentiment before the game, but during the game, now you're 1-0 down. You're like, sorry, Dav, if I've got to embarrass you, I'm just gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
got to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And now Mason's got points to prove.
Yeah,
so he's got points to prove he does this season because he won't be getting as much football as he thinks. I don't think, unless he can do something late.
I love the guy on commentary. Obviously, it's very Man United bias, and the guy's doing the throw, and the guy on commentary just goes, "Oh, come on, ref." Nice passionate. Impartial commentators, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Oh.
Ball forward. Mount's going to try and run out. Now pressure. Put some pressure on.
No,
there you go. Everyone's got their positions. Go on. That's what you got to do with De Gea. That's the weak spot. Although we just allowed him to play out pretty easy then.
Yeah. I mean, we do get into a settled shape quite well. It's just I'm really worried about that box midfield, that function of the 10s and the 8s, how they work together. But it was still kind of just drifting through the game. We haven't been able to dominate well enough. Not a lot of shots.
No. Press that pass or whatever. Look, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a weird press, isn't it? Because they're lined up on all of their different players and on their trigger points, but it's not super intense. It's a bit half-hearted at points.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I feel like if you just upped it like 10%, 15%, then they'd have got to a lot of these passes, or they'd been putting the players under a lot more pressure. So it's like the setup's right, but the execution just kind of isn't there, or the intensity just isn't there.
I agree, Owen. Do you think, against West Ham, apparently they were playing a 3 as well. So man for man, it's better to trap your players. Whereas against a 4, it's maybe a bit different. I don't know.
That's a foul, surely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good pass by Bruno. Started that one off.
Yeah.
And Brian Mbumo is fouled. This is where, if you've got a Benjamin Sesko in the team, you'd be loving it. Free kick from this angle. You're just going to whip it in. That tall striker there is going to, it's going to occupy the centre backs. Even if it doesn't go to Sesko, the fact that they've got to pay attention to him allows the room for like a Bruno or a Casemiro's good in the air. Like I said, a Maguire, Lenny Oro.
Yep. That's got to be the next part of Lenny's game as well. Can he be a regular threat in both boxes?
Yeah.
He's got a lot to improve on.
We're over 1,000 likes, folks. Appreciate everyone that's clicked the like button. We're also less than 100 subscribers to go until 201K. Imagine that. We won't even be on 200K for a day. See, you'll cut short our celebration time. Done. Next one. 250K. $250,000.
We love that.
And Boomo, ball in. Header! Oh, it was Maguire.
I think Euro did. Oh, it was Maguire. I thought it was Euro.
Just wide.
Yeah, Maguire.
That will be interesting.
I think
Marcel.
He's a top season.
It's a difficult one for Maguire, to be fair. It'll be interesting to see who takes free kicks for us this season. Because you've got, obviously, Bruno, but you've got Mbeumo, you've got Cunha, you've got Ahmad. They all can take free kicks.
Yeah. I was thinking about penalties for some reason at one point as well, where Sesko being our forward. Does he take that off Bruno? But I doubt it. But Bruno looked like he was happy to defer to other players in the pre-season for the free kicks. So, like you said, it'll be interesting what he does with those.
I thought he was going to give a foul there. Aiden Heaven went down. Referee wasn't having it. Have a look. Oh, it's a shove in the back. Yeah, and he clips his ankle. Disgraceful refereeing. Disgraceful. What would Kenny say?
Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, I agree. Don't know if Kenny's at the game today.
He
might be, actually. He might be. Because he only goes to Lanzarote when it's rubbish weather here in the winter. Good weather all round. Good weather all round, Marcel. Good weather. This is Manchester United we're talking about. Deal with that. There you go. Turn, Casemiro. You got time. Go on, Ahmad. Look at that right-hand side combination. I thought he was going to maybe go to Mbeumo. Goes to Casemiro instead. He's got a good touch, Brian Mbeumo, doesn't he? Good pass into the middle.
He looks like he's going to be a top player
there
for
you
us.
Go.
Honestly.
Mount. Dorgu. Back heel. Cunha. Good pass. Mason Mount. Good play that, Man United. Good play. Much better. And there's literally a bunch of new signings there linking up, wasn't it? You know, Ahmad gets it to Mbeumo. Mbeumo fizzes it into Mount. Mount switches it out to Dorgu. Dorgu just goes at him, goes at the fullback. Little back heel. Look at this pass from Matheus Cunha. Reverse. Mason Mount blocks the cross. Good move that by Manchester United. That's better football.
Yeah, it is.
In swinging corner from Bruno. Ball in. Towards the back.
It's gone in.
1-1. The referee allows it. De Gea comes out flapping. And Manchester United have equalised. I don't know who actually scored it.
I'm hoping Euro, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, they're looking at Casemiro or Lenny Euro. But it's 1-1. And it comes off a good Manchester United move. Set piece. Ball in. Let's have a look.
Own goal, potentially.
I think, yeah. I don't think there's a foul or anything involved in it. It's just two players going for the ball.
Yeah, Casemiro, I think, just physically more dominant than his man, and he bundles him over because he's tracking going backwards, I think. Yeah.
It's an own goal. It's an own goal. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take it. I think in the Prem it might have got ruled out. I reckon I think referees in the Prem, when people end up getting sort of bundled over, they just naturally just go, rule it out.
Nah, fair enough.
Easy.
I mean,
in those cases, it's easier to chalk off the goal than give it sometimes, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
But we'll take it.
Yeah. I think he's just traveling backwards, and Casemiro's obviously just traveling forwards, and then he's just kind of got this.
And it's reflective. Ah, no.
Yeah, that's not a foul, Maguire. He's been a bit harsh on Maguire today. That's two that not really smells. What
you would say is, I think that's reflective on, since they scored the goal, it's been all Man United. We probably deserve to be equal, because aside from that corner, Fiorentina haven't done all that much.
Yeah.
But it's 1-1. Manchester United equalise through an own goal. A set piece from a corner. Would you believe it?
Yeah.
And why did we get that goal? Because we're over 1,000 likes. Now we gotta get to 2,000 likes for the second goal. It's the maths. That's how it works. Another assist for Bruno Fernandes as well. They all count.
He's going to have a big season, Bruno.
You just hope, in a team that is functioning better, then you're less reliant. Oh, well done, Mason Mount. Nice flick. Dorgu's got a run, and we know he can. Is he going to go for an early cross? No. Again, if you've got a Sesko there, you've got a 6'5" person to aim at. You don't have that at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like he's going to demand it.
Yeah, Ahmad always going straight at him. Ahmad is going to have to get across. Manages to win a corner. Oh, goal kick! It was the first time he actually sort of ran at them, and I thought he was going to put them under pressure.
He should have used his right foot, to be honest with you.
Earth tones, Ruben. Yes, looking very, very smart on the touchline.
Yeah, he's a smart customer.
Oh, De Gea's passing is so suspect, isn't it? It is so...
I'm glad you're saying it. I'm glad you're saying it.
I'm not even joking. Pretty much every time we've got the ball back today, near enough, it's been the result of De Gea kicking it back. Ahmad cuts it back. Oh, good link up there by Mbumo and Ahmad. And Mbumo drives with it. Ahmad on the overlap, put the ball in, corner ball. Where does that start from? A David De Gea pass.
I used to get grilled for it, so I'm not saying nothing, but I can see from a mile back in the day.
Honestly, it has reminded me, like the whole, we used to do like every time an opposition would have a chance to get against us, we would go, you can trace it back to a David De Gea pass. Oh, God. Quarter ball, though, for United. Brian Mbumo is going to take it.
I'm just hoping that he's under fire so he can show his saving ability, which sounds weird maybe, but we need to start attacking more. So we need a lot. We need like another 5, 6, 7 more shots before the end of this half. Because he is good at saving shots. He's really good. He's world class. But
I wonder if Mbumo will put it in and around that 6-yard box. Put pressure on like with the last goal.
It's not Bruno taking this. Oh, no, he isn't.
No, in swinger.
Yeah.
Ball in.
Never corner? Yeah. Never one. Cass is asking for it.
No, Cass is... Yeah, well, it wasn't maybe the best delivery. It's one of those ones Casemiro does a dive and header to try and flick it on.
He's one of those players, though, isn't he? He makes something of nothing, really, Casemiro. Yeah. He's one of those. That's the positive side from him. He's a leader. He's maybe good to have around the players.
I see if I remember those days as well. The De Gea pass, ball in. Better. Oh, good save by David De Gea. There you go.
Yeah.
That was what you were talking about, Marcel, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's one.
It was point blank. Man United played a really good short corner. It was a ball in. Lenny Yoro with the header. Yoro looking dangerous at these set pieces. And David De Gea, point blank save. I'm not sure if it's either side of De Gea. I feel like it's one of those ones that might be right at him. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's a comfortable save.
Yeah. He has to deal with it quickly. He has to think about it quickly. But yeah. It's
comfortable save. There you go. Yeah, kind of right at him.
Yeah.
Does Onana save it, though? Who knows?
Who knows? Honestly. Honestly, I mean, who knows with him?
15 minutes to go until half-time. 1-1. Man United hopefully turning the screw a little bit. But yeah, I remember those conversations. Who was it? I think it was Asif, I think, said in the chat about when De Gea does a sort of pass that maybe isn't great, and then you have the debate about, no, his pass was fine. It was the other player that was the problem. And I was like, that literally gave me so many flashbacks there, because I remember so many times of that's actually a good pass from De Gea. It was the other player that screwed up. Those debates, they would last like 20 minutes every time you go, oh my God.
We used to have long debates about goalkeepers.
Yeah,
but...
good. No, that was a good pass. That was a good pass. That's not on him. No. But now we still have the same debates, but it's just about saves with Onana, isn't it? Going, no, he couldn't have saved that. No, that was a good goal. And you go, no, he should have saved it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's such a hard position. It's such a hard shirt to fill in this football club.
Casemiro and Bumo. Oh, tried that ball.
Yeah, Cunha tried to pour it in.
I tell you what, I like Bumo though. He tries to make stuff happen, doesn't he? He's always active.
He's such a good footballer. Honestly, I'm excited for this player. He just looks like a goal machine, a goal assist machine. Just top player. Somebody get out to him.
Definitely been the livelier of the two out of him and Cunha.
Yeah, I think Cunha's a 10. I think he's a maverick. I think he wants to drop deep and get the ball and turn and create the plays. Whereas anything around Mbeumo just looks like something's happening.
But I suppose also as well, like we said before, Cunha's more in that number 9 today. Well, actually, at points, looks like Mason Mount. Look now, Mason Mount's in the number 9, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think Cunha wants to play in the 9. I just have a feeling. I don't know why.
Here come Fiorentina again. Keane up against Ahmad. Oh, he's done him.
Yeah.
All in.
Ahmad will have a
first
time learning that. 1v1 having to do his defensive work.
Yeah, can't dive in.
Yeah, doing it diligently, being smart.
Look, Ahmad dives in. See you later, mate. Ooh.
Yeah. But I feel like with this system and shape, we've always got so many players back. It's just that they need to find a man.
Like you said, that'll be the other part of it, won't it? With Ahmad as a wing back, is obviously there's so much focus on going forward and the attacking side of it, but you still got to show something defensively. So that kind of one-on-ones, don't dive in, stick on your feet, block crosses.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting in that regard as well, because you can put Dorgo out there as well, who I think will be decent. And then you've got Delo, depending on what football club you're playing against, what team you're playing against. So, you might want to be a bit more defensive, a bit more assured, and you put Delo there, or, 30 minutes, second half, you want to change this up, you can put Ahmad there. So there's options in those wide areas.
Yeah, and like you said, if you had Dorgo on one side and you've had Diego Leon on the other, because Diego Leon's more used to playing, obviously, as a defender.
Yeah,
an attacking one, but still more a sort of left-sided defender.
Yeah, I mean, there's options. They're young as well, so hopefully they really grow into the club and get comfortable, and the system, more importantly, and just what they're required to do, the characteristics that they have.
Ian says in the chat, worrying signs for the start of the season next week. I don't know if I'd go that far, to be honest, Ian. I'd say that it's a pre-season game. It's 1-1. It's been an even game. It's about getting minutes into the legs. I think we reacted pretty well to going a goal down for a really poor goal. That's a worrying sign, going from set pieces. That's a really poor goal to concede. But I look at Arsenal just lost against Villarreal twice in a row, didn't they, at home? They lost on penalties and they lost on the day, didn't they? 3-2. So
yeah,
and you saw some some Arsenal fans having a bit of a meltdown. Saying that it's Arteta out, all that kind of shit. Or Gyökeres looking like he's, fat Owen coming back from pre-season. But it's pre-season, isn't it? I mean, in the same way, I think it's just like you always worry about the opposition sometimes because we don't see the opposition. So we're not. Have you paid that much attention to Liverpool's pre-season, Marcel? No. We just assume based off last season they're going to be good, right? So because that's what the thing is. That's probably the case with Arsenal fans. If you ask an Arsenal fan, how have United done in pre-season? They probably won't be able to tell you all of our results. They'd be like, well, you were 15th last season, you're rubbish. So I'd be like, well, And also in this game, we don't have our striker on the pitch, Yeah.
That's why I really do want to see him play against Arsenal, even if it's, for 20, 30 minutes, just to see how we look.
Bit of space.
Oof,
Then
was
Yoro.
that late?
Yoro did well.
Did he get there first? Yeah.
Yeah.
Top. That's good. I was worried that he didn't get there first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
he
nicks
did.
it.
Yeah.
Got great recovery pace, Liniora, as well.
He's
He's
really good
getting up a
defender,
bit
honestly.
gingerly. It's been a bit of a physical game, hasn't it?
Yeah. Maguire, a lot of challenges. Dorgu, Heaven, Yoro. Mbumo's been in for a couple battles.
Young Omega says, Owen laughing at De Gea but want Donnarumma makes no sense. They're both poor with their feet. How many times in this game have you seen Bayern Dia been playing short passes out from the back? Not that often because he hasn't been told to do it. He hasn't been told to do it. David De Gea, if David De Gea was in this team, he'd probably do all right because he wouldn't be asked by Ruben Amorim, you've got to be passing up from the back. You've got to be constantly have the ball at your feet. You're our big playmaker. That's not the case.
Yeah,
De Gea could still be in lots of big teams if they were playing a certain style.
Facts.
It's the same. It's the same with Donnarumma. Donnarumma's won a Champions League in a team that is very much playing out from the back in Luis Enrique.
Yeah.
So it's not a case of going, oh, you don't get it. It's different systems. It's different systems and different requirements from the keeper. The goalkeeper in Ruben Amorim's team, primary function is really just keep it out the net. You know, be competent with your feet. If we need you, you know, go long, or if you need to be a bit under pressure, which I think Donnarumma can do. But it's not comparable to like David De Gea. It's not nowhere near.
Yeah, no, I can't. There's nothing to add. You've said everything perfectly there. I agree with you completely.
And put it like I said, if you did have a David De Gea in the Man United goal right now, again, he probably would do really well. He would, because the function would still be keep the ball at the back of the net.
Yeah, I can admit
do that. What he just did, go long.
Yeah, and it's going up to Sesko. You know, it's going up to Sesko, who's physical enough. Players running off him.
Let's see. This is the area. It's that area midfield. Luckily, it's a terrible pass.
Yeah.
We need that engine in there.
Yeah. Casemiro's not enough for me. It's got to be Balebo and even Bruno. I don't know how he's going to really shine with just two with him. And I don't know. I need to see more of him there. Here's a Casemiro cross, though.
And what we need sort of in there, obviously, like I said, we need that engine, that and the ball recovery like you get with a Nugate, but then you also need a player that can do that plus progress it forward, bring it forward. Problem is with Ugarte, it's just very one-dimensional.
Yeah. But the back three looks really good. I really like how the back three function in this team. They need to do a bit more playmaking for me, but they function really well in terms of keeping teams in their half, I think, so far.
It's interesting because I don't think he'll be the one that starts against Arsenal. I think you're probably looking at Luke Shaw coming in for Aiden Heaven and probably De Ligt coming in for Maguire. I think Yoro will be the only one that starts.
You think so? I would think Maguire might need to start, funny enough. I just think he just really suits the system and the shape.
Well, for the long balls.
Yeah, he plays a lot better long balls. Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah, that corner. Bruno Fernandes vision.
Yeah, and Mbumo's look good.
And like you said, what are these passes we're trying to do? Look, over the top, on the shoulder, long ball.
Yeah.
Which is the same reason why, you know, as a goalkeeper, that's what Reuben wants. Reuben wants you just literally either go long or give your ball to your centre-back and they'll do the rest.
Yeah. They're the playmakers of the system for me.
And Boomer going to take, certainly on corners on the right-hand side, isn't he? Ball in. Header. Oh. This time's from Aiden Heaven.
Yeah. And Boomer's very effective, you know, from the crossing.
Yeah.
Kind of. It's very effective.
Like I said, he's busy. He's involved in the game a lot.
Yeah. It's a decent cross again.
Ball over the top. We missed it because they decided to... Pen away, what a pen, no! Referee, he doesn't have it.
I think that's a pen.
I don't know. It looked clumsy. He kind of got sort of bundled over. But Bruno, again, look at it. Ball over the top, looking for those runners.
Yeah.
Cunha's ahead of him. Nah, it's not a pen.
I think Bruno's going to pick up so many assists from that. I think he's going to pick so many assists.
Just
Cunha and Bromo to run onto him, space him behind.
Just gets caught kind of shielded off the ball. But you get chances. Was it like 3 chances from Mbumo crosses? You get chances from Bruno, balls over the top for Mbumo and Cunha to run onto.
Yeah. Here's Yora now. And the wing backs are now pinning the defensive line back.
I think I'm so happy that obviously we've signed Sesko, because I look at this team from an attacking perspective and say the one thing we're just missing is
it's goal scorer again. Yeah,
it's having that focal point just to play off.
Facts.
I think it's really encouraging actually to have the idea of like there's going to be Sesko in the middle of all of that with knockdowns, being able to play off occupied centre backs.
On one side, I'm seeing how the system kind of works. I'm looking at them pinning, wide players pinning the defensive line back. There's a lot of activity in the middle of the pitch, but like you said, they need someone big, strong, physical. That at any point,
I think he's going to actually the way we've played in this first half. I think he's going to thrive because we've been getting crosses in the box. We've been doing balls up in the air, and overlaps, and willing, like you said, runners in behind. I think he'll do really well if we play like this sort of direct style of football with players to play, like you said, running behind off him. I think he'll do really well. That's the thing that Højlund struggled with, is that he's not really had people that run in behind or play off him, and he can't hold up the ball that well. But Sesko, with the height and the ability to hold up the ball that he has, I think he'll do quite well in this team.
Yeah, if his technical level's better than Højlund, he'll be all right as well. If he's a bit more clever. And
his aerial ability is very good. He's not, obviously like Xerxes really tall, but he's rubbish in the air. Yeah. Sesko flexed the video with Statman Dave, and he's saying that he's overperformed his expected headed goals by a lot. So, yeah, I think if United keep up this style of play, I think he'll do well.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, Six Figures says it there. I feel Sesko would do well in this. It just makes sense. Motto says Sesko, header and movement, high IQ. Jason says Cunha and Mbumo and Sesko. Bruno's going to farm assists and FPL. You got Bruno should always be in your FPL team anyway, because if there's anyone that gets goals and assists in the Man United team, it's Bruno.
Yeah.
But to be fair, some people's FPL teams, it's going to be interesting because people like Mbumo and Cunha were the ones you had from the lesser teams in your team last season. Could only have, was it 3 players from one team?
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, because you want all 3 of them for us now, because the goals should get spread around. Who's that driving with
Cunha.
the ball?
Traveling.
Wow.
Cunha.
Yeah.
I saw an interview with Delict in the week. He was saying that he was actually really surprised. Good layoff by Mbumo, Cunha.
Yeah.
See, this is where you just if you had that Sesko in there, would just be the little bit extra. But the link up there by Mbumo and Cunha was really good.
The ball's getting moved about quite well. I'm really enjoying this. It's just the final end product, like you're saying.
If you just had that Sesko there, just the striker to play off, hold it up, would be such a difference maker. Which we've and the real positive thing is we've already done that. We've already got it. So we don't have to worry about that necessarily. So that's half time. It is 1-1 at the break. Manchester United 1, Fiorentina 1. Fiorentina opened the scoring with a goal from a corner, which was really, really poorly defended by Manchester United. Then Manchester United get a goal back from a corner of their own. This one was an own goal. But what do you reckon of that, Marcel? What do you make of it? Missing a striker, but there's some positives, some negatives.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the system against this kind of team where you should be kind of dominating the game. We've showed a couple moments where that is the case. Players like Mbeumo are just really good at football. And you can see that. He will be a big player, impact player for our team. I'm seeing how Bruno can be utilized in this system. We do need a striker. Cunha's kind of been a bit quiet. He's been a bit quiet for us.
He grew into it. He grew into because he had that drive and run there at the end. Obviously, had the penalty out, sort of, and he's been at points playing sometimes as the striker. Him and Mount have swapped a couple of times.
Yeah. I want to see more of I really like Ahmad's kind of come into, and I think Ahmad is an offensive player, so he will have moments where he does do that. But I really want to see Dorgu go 1v1 more. I feel like he's a player really where he can just kick and rush, and he should be able to dominate any player that he comes up against 1v1 if there's space in behind to run and just put a cross in. So I want to see more of that kind of game from him, a bit like a Valencia. Valencia used to do that a lot. It was very basic. He would just try and beat his man on the outside and put in a fizzed cross, and I think he's got to kind of add that more into his game, but it's been okay. We don't take enough shots and that, but like you said, it's the lack of a focal point in terms of a 9. But I like how it looks so far, and it's positive.
It's always interesting to see the reaction from people at halftime. Starlord says, "Big up Starlord, one of the first ever member here at UV." One of them says we were awful, in my opinion. Zach says the midfield stinks. Bliff says the system sucks. It's nice to see that. To be honest with you, I don't think it was amazing. I'm going to go like, it was an amazing first half of football. I just think we're just missing a striker, honestly, and that's good because we signed one today. I see that first half and go, it wasn't amazing by any stretch. And first 20 minutes, like you said, we took a while to get going, and that goal that we conceded was really, really poor. But particularly towards the end of the half there, I looked at it as I was going, put a striker in there you can play off. And they're playing long balls, and Mbeumo can run in behind. And Cunha's actually in a position where he's more favourable. Like he grew into the game later on in that half because he was playing as the left 10, finally, driving forward, which is his position. I look at that and say, actually, get a tall striker in there like a Sesko who can hold the ball up, win crosses, win duels. And then I go, actually, you know what? That's not bad. It just needs a focal point, to be honest. Midfield, definitely. You look at that and say, look, Casemiro looks off it, same as last season. Bruno has been influential again. Most chances have come from Bruno, like starting from him, end up going to Mbeumo or Ahmad or Cunha. So you can see absolutely why. Get that Carlos Baleba in there, needs extra legs and can actually play from the midfield. But I wouldn't say like I look at that first half and I go, still the same as last season, nothing's changed at all. I would disagree with that quite strongly. If anything, the positives I take from that half might actually be that it just reinforces some of the negatives that we had of, need a midfielder, but also that for all of that debate that we were having a few weeks ago prior to the Sesko pursuit, when people were saying, if we don't get a striker, it's not the end of the world because Cunha and Mbeumo and Xerxes, that could be a fluid front three. No way. Absolutely not. You need that focal point. You need that person that can occupy centre backs. You need that person that you can play off of, have knockdowns, play direct to. And we've bought today. If it's a game, ironically enough, that is screaming out for a Benjamin Sesko. And of course, he can't play today. So I think that's actually quite encouraging that we've already solved that problem that we're having in this game. The other problems we need to solve are need a midfielder, which hopefully it's Baleba, but we will get a midfielder, I think, still. And that will come. And it's pre-season, still early on in the season. So, yeah, I wouldn't be too over dramatic at all. We've seen Man United play far worse.
Yeah,
my goodness me.
Yeah. I'm definitely not agreeing with everyone in the chat sentiment or a few people in the chat anyway. Sentiment on the first half, especially from where we've come from last season. I feel like there's a bit more structure in the team now, and it looks like you said, there's clear avenues to how we improve now for us. Whereas before, it just looked like a complete mess. It looks a lot more like there's just a bit more work to be done in terms of the spine of the team, and give it time. I think they will gel together, this team as well, because there's quite a few new players everywhere around the team anyway. So it looks good. I think it looks positive. Like you said, we just need a striker now and a better midfielder. I'm hoping Ruben makes some changes anyway, because he still has to figure out this puzzle, which is the next 45 minutes, and how we can show that we can be a bit more aggressive on the ball.
And also, you know, at half time in a game, you know, we also need to collectively, I think, realize that going from 15th, we're not just going to roll up on teams and pump them 5-0, regardless of what players you get in that team. Because not many teams just do that in general. You know, even Liverpool at this stage in pre-season, who's to say that they're going to play? They'd play Fiorentina at the moment and smash them 5-0. It's pre-season, and also they just won the league. Us, we're 15th. The turnaround is not going to be that quick, folks. We hope obviously this season's going to be a positive season. The turnaround is not going to be that night and day that we play Fiorentina in this game, smash them 5-0 by halftime. It's just not. Like, you're going to have to temper your expectations a little bit. And this is me saying I still want us to qualify for Europe this season, which is still possible to do. But without our striker that we've just signed being able to play and getting a midfielder, maybe a goalkeeper, and Binder's had nothing to do really today apart from pick the ball out of his net. Like, it's not going to be like 5-0, 6-0. Oh, just score a goal, score, goal. It's not. It won't be that. Not yet, anyway. It just won't. If anything, I'd be a bit concerned if we smashed team 6-7-0, because I'd be a bit like, we're gonna overdo it. We're gonna fail off by Christmas or something like that, you know. So I think it's. I would say, look, it wasn't obviously great. We're not winning, but it was by nowhere near bad. Nowhere near bad. It's half time. It's half time of a preseason fixture. It's definitely not the time. I can understand maybe the concern of, we're playing Arsenal next week and this, that, and the other. But in fairness, if you go listen to some of the Arsenal fans at the moment after their preseason performance, they're going, "Look, we got Man United next week. We got a tough game going to Old Trafford, and we're not ready. You know, let's just, let's calm down. It's all right." Nathan says with the super chat here, seeing some nice patterns of play. To be fair, Eminem says, "Is it me? Do you guys think Cunha needs more freedom to have an impact? He's made good drives, but overall a bit off. And Boomer showing great signs." This was an interesting one that people were sort of saying as well, saying that it's going to be interesting to see how well someone like a Cunha and a Boomer does, going from being the guy in a small team, then just go and be sort of part of a cog in the big machine kind of situation. Maybe he will. Grafting says, lacking a focal point, clearly. 100% agree. Some of the passes are a bit poor, definitely. That's where the midfield needs improvement. Team's not taking care of it, being an average performance. I think that's completely fair. Like I said, I think the encouragement I see it is actually that the game's crying out for the focal point. It's crying out for a striker, crying out for a tall striker, hold the ball up, get crossed in the box. And we've only got an announced one today. I'd be much more angry if we weren't even linked to one or we hadn't assigned one. But he came out before the game started. So, yeah, definitely not time to be negative at all. Dan also says, not going to lie, I'm starting to see our system and why we had to buy the 2 number 10s. If we add a midfielder and a striker, I can see many more positives to come. Definitely agree with that. What do you think about Cunha and maybe needing a bit more freedom, Marcel?
It's a good point. It's a really good point. I mean, I think he needs to play as the 10. The 9 and doesn't really suit him. And I think just that point of, coming from a smaller team and being the main man, I've seen a lot of that. People talking about all the walking stats and all these kind of things. I do understand that sentiment. I just think it's going to take time for him to gel. Not going to, like we just mentioned before, and he's not going to, where we was just as a football club and the feeling around the football club. Yes, it's for me going to be a very positive. But it's like he needs time to gel. He's going to be the number 10. He's going to be the maverick player. He's going to be someone that we're going to look to, to score goals and make assists and be an impact player. But he's going to need time to settle into the demands of that. I think he'll be fine, if I'm honest.
And we're not. And this is the other thing too. We're not going to be fixed this season. They're still going to be. You do not fix a team completely going from 15th in one transfer window. You don't. And actually, if you do, it says a lot about the players that were there and stayed there. Like when Chelsea went from finishing the season they finished like 10th or whatever it was, and then Conte came in and they won the league the season afterwards. It said a lot about those Chelsea players that they did down tools and they did stop trying. And that was a Chelsea team that actually the season before they had won the league. So in the space of 2 years, they'd actually 3 years rather, they'd won the league like 3 times. This is not the case of Man United. This is a Man United team that haven't won the league since 2013. This is a Man United side that prior to finishing 15th last season, they finished 8th. We've been shit for a while. And it will not be fixed in a transfer window. It just won't. It can get better after a transfer window, and hopefully it will, but we will not be able to find that out at halftime of our last preseason fixture against Fiorentina. We just won't. And if I would say if that is the level of patience you are prepared to show, there is genuinely no point.
Yeah.
There is genuinely no point when it comes to that, because you might as well not even start the season then, Ruben Amorim, if we're going to do that. So, yeah, I saw positive, encouraging signs from that, and that's someone that last season I couldn't see any. So I'll take that.
I mean, I still like this system and what we're trying to do with this system. There's just a few concerns that I have in terms of the midfield and the 2 10s. But I think if you get the characteristics in there and the type of players that can handle it, then I think it works. I do like what he's trying to do. I mean, can I see Kobe at some point in this game, please? Can I see Collier? I think he was meant to be on loan. But it looks like, just like you mentioned earlier, it looks like it might be Sesko now. And then Collier, who's got a little bit more legs, a bit more senior in terms of, experience in the first team. Can I see him maybe
in the Brighton deal? Might go back to Brighton for the Baleba thing.
Wow, that would be a good... someone like Baleba just changes the levels completely for me. So if that is, unfortunately, the situation with Collier, I really liked him as a player, to be honest with you. So I would have liked to have seen him... I think he could have even done well in defense for us. Weirdly enough, I think he could have been a defender for us in this 3 at the back system, either side. But we've got Mazwari and players of that quality and that ilk anyway. But can I see Kobe Mainoo get on this football pitch today and see if he can, make the system work a bit better and help us retain the ball in the opposite and in the opponent's half? Let's see what happens second half. I want to see more goals.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the key for me, biggest sort of key takeaways. Need that focal point striker up front. We could have never gone through the season without that established forward. Obviously, maybe if we hadn't assigned Sesko, Højlund might be a bit more involved at this point of pre-season. So you might have had that striking option then. But as we saw last season, that's probably not up to snuff. So games crying out from an attacking point of view of having a focal point, which we've got now. So it's not as if that's a problem that isn't fixed. We've already begun to fix it. Midfield, clearly, once again, you still need that extra sort of dynamism of legs plus technical quality, which we don't have in the squad. So we need that. And then that's probably it. Like you said, maybe up the intensity a little bit. But I don't think we were massively under pressure all that much from Fiorentina. They had a couple of times ball in behind. Lenny Yoris swept up most of them. So yeah, I would just say it was just there's only a couple of things, not overwhelmingly negative at all. There are issues we already knew about, and one we've already addressed in the transfer market, and hopefully the other one we're going to address as well in the remaining 3 weeks left of the window. I think.
Do you think Ruben changes the whole team in the next half? Do you think he does like what he's been doing?
Probably not. Probably not. On tour, everyone played, once they started, they played 65, 70 minutes. So I think that'll probably be the case here. As for subs, that probably will come on. It's certainly less people on the bench than usual for preseason as well. So I think you probably see, it depends. Like you said, does near enough everyone come on in the second half? Because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 people on the bench. So you could change the whole team, but when with 12 subs, you're running the risk of what happens then if someone else needs to go off. So, or a couple of people need to go off. I'd say he probably maybe makes like 5 or 6 changes, maybe. So who comes on? Kobe, Ugarte, Shaw, Delict, Dallo, maybe Højlund gets a run out, maybe something like that.
What do you think of Casemiro and Aiden Heaven's game? First half?
But Aiden Heaven's done quite well. Casemiro's been quite sloppy, hasn't he? He's looked a bit. The thing is with Casemiro, when he's having a stinker, isn't he? And we know that needs legs around him. His passing sometimes his passing, you go, oh, Casemiro is special. But I would love to actually know how many successful passes he's made today, because a couple have been massively off it. As the players come back out, be interesting to see what Ruben Amorim said to at halftime. Dan A says, not going to lie, I'm starting to see us. Oh, I read that one. Bearded Maverick says, Marcel. Oh, where's the button? I've got to find my Eubank button, Marcel, because I've got this. It's
Rastafari.
There you go. And also says,
Rastafari, lick him up, Rastaf, lick him up.
He says, good to see you on the match view, mate. 100% OWEN 365. This game is calling for the exact attributes of Benjamin Sesko. A 6/8 hybrid is needed too. Yeah, striker, midfielder. That certainly feels like where the areas of improvement are. I will read out the next super chat once we kick off, because we're just about to. I was waiting for the referee to blow the whistle. Anytime now. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. It's a friendly.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's a sprinkler. There's a sprinkler still on. There you go. Anytime. Sprinkler's still going. That's why. They can't turn the sprinklers off. Unbelievable. And we're off. Second half is underway. Biggie Third says, we're getting ahead of ourselves. The PSG we're fawning over didn't click until last January. That's very, very true. At the very least, we're not looking disjointed. I think that's a very well-made point there. Not so you're saying, Biggie Third, we're PSG and we're going to win the Champions League even though we're not in it. But you make a good point. It's not necessarily about clicking now, is it? And
Brian's starting up front.
And I think we are showing signs of improvement.
Yeah.
It's pre-season. Like you say, Mars, it'll be interesting to see he does play through the middle this time.
Yeah. He just got clattered there, but he done a really intelligent pass back into our defensive line, but he just got hit. But Brian is playing up front.
Surprised the ref didn't give it. That's a short pass by Aiden Heaven.
Yeah. That's to Cunha as well. Cunha's just trying to get onto the ball. He's just looking a bit out of touch a little bit. I don't know how to explain it. You know, in the preseason, we were talking about how he was looking towards Bruno and Ruben in terms of how to press from the left hand. And he's just not in the game enough this game. But I think he will come good. He's just looking a bit out of shape.
Jason says, is there a UV FPL? There will be. There will be. I think it's the same code as it was last year, but Josh has all that. And by usual Josh information, he forgets until the second week of the season, which is what he did last year. So we'll have to remind him. Ball in. Oh, good header away. Whoa, blocked.
Counter charge.
Yeah, now you go.
Like Liverpool against Man United. No, not exactly the same.
Dorgu. Apparently someone's still down. Lenny Oro.
Oh no.
I think he might have just got a ball in the face.
Yeah. It's not his legs, so that's good.
Look at this. Oof.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Flush. He might come off in just because you won't.
I would.
You don't run the risk, do you?
Yeah.
Concussion protocol, and then just it's a friendly. It's not worth risking it.
Yeah, it's a friendly. Just get new legs on Fredrickson or something. Let's see what Bruno's pointing and directing.
Bit of a change of hairstyle for Bayern Deer.
Yeah.
We are about 10 likes away from 1,300 likes, folks. If you haven't already, click the like button to see if we can get to 1,500 likes, 2K likes. Be sure to subscribe as well. We are less than 40 subscribers away from 200,000, 500. Is that Delict, Dallo, and others warming up?
Yeah, De Ligt needs to have a good season as well. He does.
He was saying the other day that people forget how young he is as well, because he came into the Ajax team so young at like 17. He's still like mid-20s. He's a leader-like figure, but he's an odd one, De Ligt, isn't he? Because he's a good defender, but maybe he's not as good as maybe at one point people thought he was going to be. You know, when he was captain of Ajax, they get into semi-finals.
I agree. I mean, struggled. I agree. Struggled by Munich. Struggled at Juventus, where world-class goalkeepers, world-class defenders maybe make their name, especially at Juventus. But it's hard to kind of develop there.
All in. Oh, they've hit the bar.
Yeah. Again, we've struggled to settle, and really, we started a bit slow.
Have a look. He's onside. They flagged it offside, but he is on. Did you say he struggled at Bayern as well?
I think so. Yeah, I think.
No, Master, don't fall into the trap. Don't fall into the trap. He didn't struggle at Bayern. He was playing quite regularly at Bayern.
Is it?
Yeah, it was just a financial decision in the end. They were raising money, and then in the end, they got what's his face on a free in the end, didn't they? But still, he played quite often. He played against Arsenal in the Champions League when they got to the semis. He was playing against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu.
And as well.
Yeah.
I think he's a good player. I do think he's a good player. I think he needs to have a good season this year.
And Kevin Hatchard even mentioned that he got the move from Bayern to from Juventus in the midst of obviously Juventus's financial issues. Also is going into a bit of a, for lack of a better word, sort of defensive mafia there. Of Chiellini, Bonucci at the time, quite difficult to break into.
It's good for him to learn. He's got good experience from something like that for sure.
Here come Fiorentina, though, pressing forward. Ball across. Oof. Casemiro. Oh, volleyed. It was blocked by Aiden Heaven.
Bit of a
like I said, haven't really started, have we?
No, we haven't.
I think it went through the legs of Dorgu before getting blocked by Heaven.
Combination of Dorgu and Heaven just trying to, block the shot.
Just need to wake up again.
Well, I think he needs to make some subs, if I'm honest. Maybe get Højlund on, maybe Agate, I don't know, Mainu for sure.
Yeah, I feel like if he went with like a Cobby on there, would he want to go that attacking where he puts Cobby alongside Bruno? Maybe not. He might put Ugarte on. A short goal, can get
Mason.
That.
Yeah, Mason's good at that.
Well done, Mason Mount. It was a short pass, but wasn't easy to get to. He gets it back though. Ahmad. Kuno.
Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, Bruno Fernandes. All right, starts from Mason Mount, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's good at that. He really is, and I'm hoping Fernandes gets that on target at least, because he's going to have a lot of opportunities there where he's kind of arriving late into the box, so there will be time and space. I think Casemiro has a really clever pass, but he needs to hit down target. He's expect that from him. But yeah, and Mbeumo looks like he's going to play up front then against Arsenal. Someone just tells me, but I think he might be wasted up there. It's really got to be. It's crying out for a physical presence up there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, wouldn't it? If by watching this game, Ruben just goes, you know what? Let's just see how much Sesko's got in him for next week.
Yeah,
ball in. Bayern was in no man's land a bit. It's been cut back. Oh, Bruno, that was unbelievable feet there.
Yeah. Where's Cunha in all this? There he is out wide there. He's asking for it.
Oh, what was that? Ahmad.
Yeah, Ahmad. Come on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Rubens goes, because he did say that in his pre-match interview. He said that Sesko, if anything, we're going to have to remind him not to do stuff or try and convince him not to do stuff. Basically saying he's a workaholic. He always wants to work. He always wants to play. He always wants to do stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if, if he's looking sharp in training this week. Maybe he's ready. Maybe it's a case of, he's been training by himself, but he has played games for Leipzig this in pre-season. And if he is a workaholic, constantly working on himself, a bit like a Haaland, you know what I mean? Maybe he's just ready to go straight away. Just put him in. He might be just ready to go, play from the start.
Honestly, I hope that's the attitude that, we're trusting him to, Ruben trusts him in that way. I really do hope that's the case.
It's like you said, you just get... That's better by Casemiro. Ahmad.
Yeah, it is Cass, you're right.
Because you just get the impression that if you just had that focal point. Well, Bruno said he was blocked off. Mason Mount did a reverse pass, but Bruno's on the floor where
I don't think he was ever going to make it, but yeah. Well, that's a great touch. Looks like we're having a little bit of our spell now. I do feel like a goal will come from this spell. Here's
Ahmad.
Yeah. Oh, let's see again.
I tell you what.
Come on.
The ref says no. I thought the ref was going to. Oof. I think Casemiro was looking for it, but oof. It's gone off.
Konya, come on, Konya.
By the way, this is hilarious because it just goes to show that how, again, jittery we still are. Because Ahmad, Ahmad's not been great today. Straight away, I'm sorry, Ahmad, he's not good enough. Marcel's not good enough. He's not good enough.
No, come on.
Ahmad, free pass, Ahmad, shot pass. He's not good enough. He's not good enough.
Silly.
We're so fast, aren't we? We're so fast.
Too early.
We're too much. And Bumo, probably been United's best player today. Shot blocked.
Here we go. We are suffocating them, though. This is good. Just a bit of quality now we're asking for.
And Bumo.
That's a good
pass. Yoric's first touch just kind of let him down.
Yeah, it's a good run into the right areas, though, especially as your centre back in that kind of area causing the overload. It's good. Make some changes, please, Ruben.
Probably 10 more minutes. He probably will.
Yeah, he's normally got a good feel for the game. I'd like to hear what he says at the end of the game. He's normally got a good feel for it.
Less than 200 likes to go until 1,500 likes, folks. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe as we get closer to 200,500 subscribers. Mind that after the game, we'll have fan views from everyone outside Old Trafford. Flex is there. I think KG is there. Maybe. I don't know. It was a rumor. Flex will be there. I think Dev's at the game today as well.
Dev's. Oh. Hopefully he's there against Arsenal.
Yeah. You going to the Arsenal game?
Yeah, I should be there, yeah.
Should use that Marcel good luck.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, you've been at Old Trafford for some bad defeats, haven't you, actually, as well?
Yeah. And some good games, but I just love Old Trafford. Just love the place. Got to get as much of the time there as possible because you never know what's going to happen in years to come.
Yeah, it could be limited time.
Yeah.
Good pass by De Gea there.
Yeah, that's one.
See, this is when you got to get back to your defensive duties.
I feel like as a team, we are quite well shaped in that sense. You know, the shape of the team, we do get a lot of players back quickly. Everyone has to defend. Everyone has to attack.
In fairness, I mean, they're saying it on commentary at the moment. You know, Ahmad hasn't had a great game, but it's obviously way too quickly to be like she's not good enough.
Yeah.
Last season, he was the savior, Ivorian Messi.
Yeah.
Now
we're saying it too early. Obviously, we're in a system where,
mate.
Yeah, we're in a team where I feel like we're better than them, player for player, maybe. So
there
we're expecting moments like this.
This is good space. It's just final ball's been poor from him today.
Yeah. It's like the side of the game that we want to see him excelling, which is attacking. He's not been the maverick or as they Cunha
takes a shot. Oh,
that's what we want from Cunha. That's what we want from him. A threat from distance. That's always good.
Yeah, I haven't seen him a lot on the ball today, Cunha.
But just the presence of mind. Okay, I'm gonna try and be effective. I'm going to try and make
something. He's given a corner, apparently. He might have just got a little deflection.
From David De Gea, maybe.
I think from the shot.
Yeah.
I think he might have booked someone as well. The referee. I'm not sure what. Bruno Fernandes over the corner.
Please, good
Less
corner,
than
Bruno,
30 minutes
please.
left. Yeah, let's have something good. Ball in. Oh, fizzed around. I think it was. I think it might have been Aiden Heaven. Or no, it's Yoro. I think Yoro's looking dangerous from these corners. It's always involved, isn't he?
Yeah.
De Gea with a bit of a punch that time. Maguire's. Yeah, so it's now in areas like this where you want to see if Man United have got something about them. When it's the game's quite static, the opposition's all in their shape. You know, it's easy to play on the transition when people are out of shape and you've got space to play in. It's when the whole team's behind the ball. What can you do then? How do you break them down? How can you create? Bloody hell.
Well done,
Dorky, he is proper like all over, isn't he? You know what I mean? He is so like, he picks up the ball and sometimes he's a bit, I'm trying to think it reminds me of, almost a little bit Wan-Bissaka-ish in the sense that sometimes it looks like his head doesn't know what his feet are going to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of energy there. There's a lot of energy there, but it's like, not sure. But he's a young guy.
Yeah, he needs to really get very technical. He needs to, because he's got a lot of potential, crazy potential. So he needs to get a lot more technical. He really does. I mean, we used to get onto Wan-Bissaka so much, and then we used to see the videos of him doing all the training in pre-season and all that.
Yeah.
And
we saw him getting goals and assists for West Ham last season. It was wild.
Yeah.
He won their player of the season last year.
No, I don't doubt it. Honestly, I don't doubt him. But we used to get
he's
onto
never a bad
him.
player, was he? He was never a bad player.
He wasn't.
It's just, if anything, the criticism of him was, again, that he was too one-dimensional, wasn't he? He was too good. He was just a defender as opposed to offering stuff going forward. But then last season, he did score goals for West Ham.
It's crazy how demands are so high at this football club.
Yeah, I know. And it's pressure as well, isn't it? It's pressure that comes with it.
Yeah.
It is true that, like, you know, some of our players do leave. So, like Wan-Bissaka, go to West Ham and you go, oh, yeah, I remember he's actually a good player. It's the same with, like, Anthony and Real Betis, isn't it? You know, he's terrible. And you see him play for Betis, you go, actually, no, he's all right. McTominay, one player of the year, one Serie A.
He's in the Ballon d'Or list.
Yeah. Like you said, expectation, pressure. That's why I point it out. Sometimes people go, "Oh, why'd you point that out?" And I go, "Because it's mad." Ball in. Oh, like Ahmad has a bad half in pre-season. He's not good enough. Or you know what I mean? It's like you said, the pressure expectation is so high at United.
Yeah.
If you aren't just constantly winning a football match at Man United, it is not good enough. Like that's what it is. When it's half time, you should be winning.
Do you know what? And even though it's crazy, I love that we live in that space. Because that's what I would love us to be getting, like aiming, you know what I mean?
He's lost it there, Aiden Heaven. He's offside, lucky.
He's offside, hopefully, anyway. I don't know if he fully was, I'll be honest, Owen.
Yeah, they're just saying that on commentary. They're saying that they think it's close.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he might have been on slightly, I can't lie. Nah, he's off, maybe.
Close.
But yeah, no, I love that we're in that space where we expect the utmost, highest level. That's what we used to be. So I love that it's still there enough, but it's got to become with a bit of realism.
That's the problem, isn't it? Is that, like I said, the standard's there, but it doesn't match the recent track record, does it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Mourinho spoke to that many years ago anyway. Football heritage, where we are currently compared to our opponents. But and even Ten Hag, has tried to bring us to reality a little bit. But I love that we're still there in terms of we need to be winning every single half of football possible. Every single 45 minutes, we need to be playing top level football.
Skies it over the bar. Did you see Ten Hag when he was asked about Cristiano Ronaldo?
No, I'd love to hear what he has to say about.
He was asked about Ronaldo. It was a weird question, to be fair, because obviously he's doing stuff with Bayer Leverkusen, and he was asked about Ronaldo. It's like Ronaldo recently got a hat trick for Al Nassr. Is he still the problem? And
wow,
Erik ten Hag was like, no, he was never a problem. He's in the past. And then he ends it by saying, we won 2 trophies after he left, sort of thing. And you go like, I mean, look, it's a story about Ronaldo, so it will get headlines and all that. But like, it's so. What is the point? Like, what is there any reason? You know what I mean?
No.
Is there any reason for that to be brought up?
It's a global name. I just would like to say thank you to Ronaldo as well for having his part in us getting new facilities at Carrington. With the swimming pools there and all these things. So I'd just like to say thank you to Ronaldo. I know he'll be seeing this at some stage. So thank you, Cristiano, for your input, because we've got a sparkling new Carrington now, and he's part of that in some small way or big way. But no, I think Ten Hag was right though. His sentiment on Ronaldo at that time in terms of how we wanted our system to work.
Good pass by Bruno and Mbumo. Maybe should have gone with the overlap. It's good play though. Good build up.
It is.
Maguire would never.
Shoot then.
Oh, here's a shot. It's a good save by De Gea.
Yeah.
Maguire. Hey, he's our striker. He's got to be he's the Sesko replacement.
Mm-hmm. We're quite cramped on that side now. There's no players. Bruno's, that's better. Go 1v1, Dolby.
Bruno, you're giving away in a bad area there. Look, we've overloaded. Lucky.
Come on, Ruben, please. Give us a different look. That's good, though, for Maguire. I don't know. I think Maguire's going to have a good season this year. I don't know why.
Yeah, moves a little bit. De Gea wasn't too certain about it. Of course, this is a season where the Premier League ball is no longer Nike. It's Puma.
Yeah. Heavy touch from Cunha there.
Oh, Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, he's class. Risky pass, though, but Bruno handles it most situations well.
Bruno again.
Get Cunha on the ball, yeah. See what he does.
There you go.
Feet.
He's got to go by himself.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was to Mason, man. I think that was to Bruno. I think it was a bit of a wayward one.
It's difficult. They need to feel his game. They need to understand his game a bit better. But he's he tracks plays. He's dangerous 1v1 easily. There, skips and past the player. It's just hasn't really been special and influential in this game today.
Looks like definitely then Ruben's going to wait till 70 minutes to make these subs. Not
I would have made some already. I would have made some quickly already if I'm honest.
See, that's poor, right? Cunha.
Yeah, he's trying the best he can, I think, but
get a bit more of the ball than he was in the first half. Oh, it's onside because Heaven's down.
That doesn't look good.
Ball in.
Oof. His own player there, and he's on the floor.
I tell you what, I reckon that was going to be going in as well. It's an unbelievable volley.
That was rifling towards the goal. Okay, yeah, looks like the subs hopefully come on. Oh, got hit in the face with it.
Look at me saying, like, I know I had it.
I know he's happy with the technique of the shot at the expense of his teammate anyway. Was it Euro down? No, please no.
I think it's Heaven.
Yeah.
Dan says these MUTV rather commentators are crap. Don't even know the offside rule. I was funny listening to him trying to figure out whether the player was offside or not before previously going, oh, he's onside. And he goes, oh, his head's off. He goes, don't they draw it from the feet? They were literally having a debate about it. It was unbelievable.
It's not from the feet. I'm pretty sure it's from the shoulder. So.
We're about 150 likes away from 1,500 likes, folks. If you haven't already clicked the like button, be sure to subscribe to United View. Less than 30 subscribers to go now until 200,500. The road has begun to 250,000, 250K. 250,000, bloody hell. That would be madness.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Amram in deep conversation with a lot of his players, specifically Ahmad.
He just needs to figure out how he can get him involved a bit more into the game. Oh, Heaven looks like he's limping a little bit. Yeah. Not good, not good, not good.
Well, he was down anyway, so I'm not sure when it actually occurred.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Luke Shaw probably coming on, I would think. Shaw, Dallo, and Delict coming on. Like I said, I think Cobby's coming on as well.
Come on, Cobby. Don't think he's massively favoured by Ruben, if I'm honest.
What, Cobby?
Yeah. But he's so young. I'm not rushing his development. I think he's still going to be world class. And he'll prove himself to Ruben. I can guarantee that because he's got all the years and the trust of me anyway to deliver. But, you know, I don't think he looks like a starting lineup player for Ruben in a Ruben system as of yet, especially if you get Baleba as well. But Baleba and Cobby could look good together in a team.
Casemiro comes off. Maguire comes off. Brian Mbeumo comes off.
He's been excellent.
He has been good. Brian Mbeumo has been good.
Yeah, he's been really good. Can't wait to see him destroy Arsenal.
So, Ahmad's going to go in the 10 then.
Interesting. Yeah, I think you do want to kind of keep Bruno in the 8, so he's learning what is expected of him for as long as possible. Cunha up front.
Yeah, Cunha sticks up front.
Yeah, I'm worried for Cunha up front situation.
Well, luckily it's not gonna be a long short-term thing, is it? You know?
Yeah. Agreed.
Interestingly enough, I think this could be the back three certainly against Arsenal. I think Euro, De Ligt, and Shaw. I think that's what it will be. So it's Cobby alongside Bruno. So it's an attacking midfield too, isn't it?
Yeah, very, as I say, high. It's quite risky, I think, that. I don't feel like, you know, Cobby's amazingly tenacious and you know, reading off, you know, the defensive side off the ball is brilliant, and neither is Bruno's.
Need a bit of magic. There's about 15 minutes left. Toby says, Owen, that hot chip I'm hearing is likely to happen. Hey, Donnarumma's. You're hearing Donnarumma's.
Oh, that would be. That's honestly, that and a midfielder would honestly make. And it's only 5. But I was saying, you know, we need 7 and 8, 9 at the beginning of the window, but 5 all. Bruno's found.
Bruno Fernandes. Oh. Also, as well, he's made 4 subs there. None of them are Rasmus Højlund. What does that tell you about his intentions for Rasmus Højlund this season?
Yeah,
that says to me, Rasmus, in a game which we need a striker, on a day which we've signed a new one, you're not coming on. Højlund, he's out of here.
Yeah. I think he's got to take the hint for it, just for his career, even if it's a loan, just for your career. I think you've got to take the hint.
Well played, Cunha. That's better. See, from that picture, what's missing? Striker. So literally, we need in the middle of the box where Mason Mount's just running into now. Just need a striker. And again, in this game, which you need a striker, Ruben Amorim's going, Rasmus Højlund, absolutely not. I'm not bringing you on.
And he offers, you know, a lot in terms of output, you know, in terms of off the ball running and stuff. It's just
he's still a natural striker, you know.
Yeah.
Oof. Oh, was that going to go for? Oh, just didn't fall for Cunha.
What a pass.
Good ball. Good touch by Dorgu. What are you going to do? So, I mean, he is a bit fizzy pop, any Dorgu. Doesn't know what he's going to do. There you go. Cuts it back. No.
Nah, yeah.
Ahmad was looking for it.
He's still down though.
Dorgu is just a bit with the ball at his feet. Is a bit of fizzy pop.
Yeah.
B says, yeah, that's telling about Højlund. Yes, very much so.
It is on. You do want 3 strikers at the football club, but I can just see it being the end. Like I said, in 2-3 years' time, maybe Chide surpasses him, and if you see Sesko fit for a season, and if you can get, you know, 2 strikers reasonably fit for the rest of the season, and Cunha as a third option, it's the end. You maybe want to sell him on, really, Højlund.
Brian Mbumo's game by numbers versus Fiorentina: 86 pass accuracy, 44 total touches, 4 crosses completed, attempted, 4 crosses completed, 4 chances created, 2 fouls won, 2 take-ons.
Wow.
He looked impressive today, Mbumo.
Yes. Very good player already, and excited to see him for the season. It just looks like a machine in terms of goals and assists, and that takes a lot of pressure off Bruno. And I remember him saying he doesn't want those kind of accolades anyway, Bruno. If there's other players doing it, I don't mind not having all the goals and assists, you know. So that's one player already that looks like he could just automatically fit the kind of system and what's required of him in terms of output. So I want Cunha to get to that level as well. I think Cunha will. Just needs to gel a bit more.
They're different kinds of players, aren't they, Mbumo and Cunha, though? Because Mbumo, like you said, is very much energetic, always involved, always doing stuff. And then you feel like Cunha's a bit more, could drift through games, could be on the periphery. but when the ball's at his feet, can sort of create something, do a bit of magic.
Yeah.
A bit more of a flair player.
I feel like this, I've mentioned, and I think like we're a bit more of a Moments FC team, not in the way that people would think I mean that, but it's just like we do wait for, it's set up for Mavericks, in the forward line, like how Mourinho would just not say anything to his forward line. He just expected them to deliver. I feel like it's a little bit similar in this way. I don't see like systems of passing systems. I just see a shape and offensive players having to, create something within that shape.
Mount, Dorgu. I guess a bit better.
This is good football. This
Dorgu,
is
he going to make it? Is he going to make it? Is the ref going to give a foul? No.
It's not a foul, It's not. Dorgu's really strong. He's really strong.
I didn't think. I mean, even if it is a foul, but he didn't need to. I'll have a look.
Does he grab him? No, they're just tussling. He's just really strong, I think.
I don't think he needed to. He was going to get there.
Do you think so? I think the guy was ahead of him, but he just was using his arm.
He got it back.
It's a physical game.
Mount.
Oh, this is good from Mount.
That's a good pass. Now. Bruno. Oh, cuts it back. Oh, blocked.
That's good football again. Mount's involved.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Twice now.
Unbelievable. Look at this by Mount. He's so smart.
It's good football.
There you go. One touch. Cuts it back. Cunha's there. Was that handball?
Bruno and Mount, good connection there.
I thought it hit his hand.
Maybe, yeah. You could be right.
Yeah. Corner, takes it short. Ahmad, Bruno, ball in towards the back post. Deflection, header. Oh, straight at David De Gea. From Lenny Yara again. He's winning so many headers.
Yeah.
From set pieces.
He's going to be a big player. He's going to be a top player for us. Unlucky. Well done, Dorgu.
Bruno Fernandes.
Play. Yeah.
I feel like United, if they just turn the screw in those last 10 minutes, they'll get more chances. They've had 2 in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, Kobe. Well done, finding the pass.
Mason Mount. Pass, great touch by Yoro, but it wasn't the best pass.
Good tackle.
Flew into it, didn't he?
Yeah. Well done, Yoro.
We're less than 30 likes away from 1,400 likes. Guys, if you haven't already, click the like button. Just over 20 subscribers away from 200,500. As we've got just under 8 minutes left of normal time here. Not sure there'll be too much stoppage time. Maybe a little bit. Yoro had that head injury.
Really interesting that he hasn't played Højlund, for me. I think that is a big telltale sign.
Says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Ruben really has a good feel for the games, in terms of impact and making changes. So it'll be interesting for what he says about how he felt about this football match and what we could have changed and how we could have adapted to the game, but not putting on a striker. It is telling, like you say. Look, he's making another sub as well. It's going to be a midfielder.
Ugarts. Red Baron says, Marcel, what's your stance on Culture Cam's opinion on Garnacho? It appears to have created a huge backlash from the UV community. Did you see this?
No, please educate me.
Effectively, Culture Cam's is of the mindset that Garnacho, he's a Garnacho fan and feels like that we've forced him out of the club, shoved him out of the club, and the way we've treated him wasn't good, and Amarim's not handled it well.
I think Garnacho's attitude and application, his mentality and his ego is that of Ronaldo, but his ability is far below that, exceptionally below that. And I think his attitude and application to the club, especially when we're dealing with managers, hasn't been right. I think at Ten Hag early, I called that out very early. His attitude back and forth with Ten Hag, a manager that I really do, like and trust. And then obviously with Ruben, it's been the same as well. The ego of the young boy to go against the manager's decision after a failing, obviously in Europe in the cup. But I trust this manager very much in terms of his style of football. He's very direct footballer. He's talented. He really is. But I think he's not able to play on the inside and the outside for me, especially in that 10 position where I think Cunha, he's shown he can come inside and create and can drift and carry the ball on the outside as well. So the characteristic in this system suits better. And he can also play deep and go into the right defensive or left defensive mid pockets, that the left half spaces when they're deeper to drive and carry the football. Garnacho can't really do that. He's a bit greedy as well, a bit selfish. Decision making's not there, but he's young. No, but I can understand coaches, Cam's sentiment on it in terms of he is a good player and our treatment could have been a bit better. He's a left winger, Garnacho. He is a left winger, an out and out left winger, and we don't have space for that type of footballer in this system. So I think he needs to go, and I think it would benefit us to utilize that money in a better way. So I think he has to go. It's not a difficult choice for me.
Through on goal. Good save by Ndia. He was offside anyway. I agree. I think Garnacho, his attitude doesn't match his ability. It's a bit like the Rashford situation for me. We can get into semantics about who shoved who first. Did they want to leave or did the club want them out? Either results in the same outcome, which is they both leave Manchester United, right? And I'm a Man United fan. I'm not a player fan. I'm a Man United fan. And David De Gea is getting substituted, which means he gets a standing ovation for David De Gea. You got. Accepts the applause. 545 appearances for Manchester United.
Wow.
Won everything out apart from the Champions League, Premier League, FA Cup, League Cup, Europa League. Over 140 Premier League clean sheets. Legend.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
And that's exactly what he deserved from his, time at United. It was a crime he didn't get that at the end. He didn't get that send off. And Man United have done right by him today, certainly.
Yeah.
And in his place, it looks like they've put on, I don't know, someone who's about 11.
I was thinking, wow, they put on the Prodigy or something. I don't know who's that.
Yeah.
Just a kid.
Replaced him with from like the under 10s.
Yeah. Just some kid that they're just putting goal there.
Yeah, you'd think now, just have a shot and go in.
Yeah.
Because then they can't fit in the goal. You want to get one more chance.
Kobe.
Get a free kick.
Yeah, well done, Kobe. Press resistant. Very press resistant, Kobe.
Oh, Wrexham lost in their championship debut. Wrexham were winning at St. Mary's, and then Southampton scored a goal in the 90th minute and then 96th minute to win.
Wow.
Yep, football's back. Thank God.
Yes. Well done, Kobe. Yeah, we're putting the pressure on now.
Yeah. Get a chance. Get a last chance. Ahmed. You're right. It's heavy, Lenny.
Yeah,
too heavy. Donne says Ghana represents the past 10 years of Player FC, and Ruben is trying to change the culture of the club back to us being Man United and not Player United.
Yeah,
I would tend to agree. No one is bigger than the club, particularly someone who's 20 years old or whatever, 21.
Yeah, I mean, and I love Bruno dearly, but I'm not even a Bruno. You know, there was a price for him. There was, so not even a Bruno. And I love Bruno.
Oh, Patrick, what have you done?
Wow.
Oh. You're lucky that Delict's kind of bailed you out a little bit. He's gone out for a throw in the end.
He was asking about Dorgu to have a good performance.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about Dorgu. Technical ability. He's just a little bit.
Yeah.
He can be that sort of bottle fizzy pop. He's not really sure what he's gonna do. Doesn't put enough on it. Danger. Good feet by the Fiorentina player there.
Yeah.
Okay, Delict sweeps up. Wins a throw in as well. Like you said, big season for Delict, you would hope. Second season.
Yeah.
And that's it. Full time. No stoppage time. Just a straight 90 minutes. Manchester United's pre-season ends with a draw at Old Trafford. 1-1. 2 goals in the first half. Goal from Fiorentina from a corner. Man United responded fairly quickly with a corner of their own, an own goal. And Manchester United end the pre-season with a draw, Marcel. What did you make of that second half?
Yeah, not as good as the first, I think. We are in pre-season mode still, and it feels like that. We need a striker. I mean, the spine still needs to be worked on this team. You can see the shape. You know, we can see that the wide areas look all right. The defensive line looks all right, but the spine of the team, in particular, you know, the goalkeeper, which I think KG thinks is more important, or is highlighted for a little while now. That's a key area, needs to be fixed, and more importantly than that, I think the forward line, which we kind of addressed now. So the midfield as well. So we just need those 3 positions to be, you know, looked at and see where we can make the improvements. But in this game in particular, you know, the first half looked better than the second.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I think first half wasn't great, but I think as bad as people were making out about it. I think first half there were some positive signs. Second half was very, very flat. Very flat. Not really that much to write home about, really, was there? Whether that's, you know, apparently there's a penalty shootout, Marcel. We're going to get a penalty shootout. Whether that was, you know, self-preservation mode, you know, maybe thinking ahead for next Sunday, going, I don't want to pick up a knock, I don't want to do too much, I don't know. It was crying out for a striker, crying out for a centre forward to hold the ball up, and luckily today we've bought one. So I think that's positive there. Need a midfielder, definitely need a midfielder.
Yeah.
But like I said, it was very pre-seasony, wasn't it? Very pre-seasony. And now everything counts, doesn't it? No pressure. No, it's on.
I mean, I'm still positive for the first few games of the season. I feel like we'll still win them. You know, if I'm honest, Owen, but it just did feel like a preseason mode kind of game. Interesting, you know, again, Højlund not taking a penalty
No, it's Roberto Romano's just tweeted. He just said 0 minutes for Rasmus Højlund today against Fiorentina. Clear message coming from Man United. The club is prepared to let him leave on an initial loan for €6 million fee with salary covered plus a buy option. AC Milan are on it, and I think, I mean, actions speak very, very loud, don't they? Actions can sometimes speak louder than words. And I think that actually it's probably the end for Rasmus Højlund, for certainly this season. If you can't get on in a game, which, like we say, is crying out for a striker, and you can't even get on the pitch, then it's done. It's done. So if anything, today, I think it just even more confirmed the fact that we needed Benjamin Sesko, and it's brilliant that we've signed him. Could you imagine the meltdown today if we played like this and we had this performance or result, but Newcastle had signed Sesko? we'd have been furious, wouldn't we? We'd have been like, oh my God, we need that striker. It's so bad. But we've got that. We've got the striker. He's there. So, yeah. But that on the other hand, that means Sesko's got a lot of pressure on him already, doesn't he? That we're going like, get into this team, score goals.
I don't know, I think for me the pressure's on Cunha and Brian. For me, I'm really expecting them to deliver at least 10 goals, 10 assists each. Way before I'm looking at Sesko, who I'm obviously I want him to get 15, 16, but I don't expect him to have stellar performances every week. Whereas with Cunha and Mbeumo, they've been in the Premier League, expecting them to carry us through situations and deliver on big situations for us. So,
well, certainly certainly the adjustment time for Sesko, you would think, should be longer than Mbeumo and Cunha, because they should be, they're Premier League proven, right? They know exactly what the league, the players, they've gone up against this opposition before. So the expectation is that they deliver relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Set the timer back.
Well, let's see Bayern Deer's ability to save penalties. I can't remember Anana's being that brilliant. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 in like Champions League games, I think.
Obviously Bayern Deer did the penalty shootout heroics against Arsenal in the FA Cup last season.
See what he can do.
Larry says Xavi, Hoeneß, Nagelsmann, Inzaghi. If you want to stick to a back three, start talking to them quietly and see conditions. Already not having enough of Ruben Amorim, bloody hell, after a pre-season friendly and the end of last season. Right, first penalty up, Fiorentina. It's Moise Kean versus Bayern Deer. He scores. He was off his line as well anyway, Bayern Deer. I'm going to swear, I fucking hate the stammer stutter. I hate that. That's bullshit. That is not fair. From a goalkeeper's perspective, I hate the stuttered run-up. Hate it, hate it, hate it. It shouldn't be allowed. I know it's the thing of, well, you're not technically stopping. They are technically constantly moving forward, so it does count. But the stuttered, I say every penalty shootout, the stuttered run-up is bullshit. Total bullshit. Because a goalkeeper, you're told you can't move off your line, but they can start like stuttering and starring like that. It's rubbish. Bruno Fernandes. Of course he scores.
Just brilliant. Yeah, just brilliant.
Of course he scores.
Yeah.
One on pens. So if we win the penalty shootout, counts as a win, doesn't it, Marcel? Counts as a win, pre-season win.
I'll take it. I think it's good practice for us anyway in cup games and those sort of things.
Go on, Bayern Deer. Good pen, that.
Yeah.
CRZ says, "Isn't Bruno doing the stutter every pen?" I don't have a problem with the fact if they banned it and then Bruno, because Bruno doesn't always do it, not every pen. The whole like Bruno with the step up, and because you know the time when it was like the Jorginho penalty method with that like
the jump
skip that people used to do. That kind of went there and then it stopped for a while, doesn't it? I'm just just walk up or run up, hit it. That should be a penalty. I think referees should, for the stutter, they should go, no, you've got to take that again.
Let's see what Cunha can do. Oh, look, he done that as well. Oh,
yeah, does it stutter run up? Keeper goes the wrong way. It's a good pen, but it's like from a goalkeeper's perspective, how are you meant to save it?
Never.
how are you meant to save it?
I don't know. You really got to guess, innit? You really got to gamble and guess which side.
As a goalkeeper, I don't even read. You should. What it should be is don't even try and read where they're going to go. Just pick a side and dive. Fuck their stuttering and whatever. Just dive because there's no point.
Or try and confuse them. Just try and run up and down your line as much as you can to try and.
I used to just pick a side and dive, not care what they were going to do. That's a great pen. That's a pen. That's a penalty. Wrong way. That's a pen. Look at this. No stutter, just in the corner.
Yeah. I think for me, Dalot's got a lot of pressure on him this season. There's better options in world football for what his role is going to be, I think.
So the reason we're doing this penalty shootout is because there is a trophy, isn't it? There's like a Snapdragon Cup or something.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's Diogo Dalot. Oh, he's got a different one. That's a penalty as well. He had his little jump, and then look at that.
Yeah.
Down the middle.
Down the middle. It's good.
I feel like at the moment this is more we're looking at a player to miss rather than a keeper to save it.
Yeah. I'm hoping Bayern does save one though, or a player does miss from Fiorentina's side. Maybe this one.
There we go. Oh, it's a great pen. Oh, and some of the Fiorentina's penalty has been unbelievable.
Yeah, they have been.
Bayern Deer, you're not going to save that, mate. No chance.
This is important for Ahmad to score.
Yeah, Ahmad, you've not had the best game today.
Yeah, it's important for him to score. Similar to Dalot, it's important for him in that position, that area of the pitch. One of them needs to come out victorious in terms of who's going to play majority of the games. Interesting stance.
Yeah, it's got a strange stance. Look at that. Look, weird step as well.
Wow.
Oh, Panenka! Panenka!
Wow.
He was
Bad
fully
man.
taking the piss, wasn't he? Look, weird.
Bad man.
I don't know if I've ever seen a run-up like that, Marcel. That was so strange, wasn't it? He stood side on, then sort of stepped back in this weird, step.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bad man. Absolutely. I like that. Quality, confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll probably do that because it's a friendly. You never know. Yeah. Maybe he does do that in a regular game. There you go.
Yes!
Oh, he saved it! Bayern Deer. Oh, he's top on penalties, isn't he? He is top. And now all Manchester United have to do, score this, and we win a trophy. Another one for Amorim. He got one in Asia, I think.
It's very good. It's like you say, it's very hard
to
do.
Cobby.
This is very good. Another pressure moment for him. It's good to have those feelings. Obviously friendly, but it's good to be in these kind of scenarios.
Yeah, Stretford End.
Yeah, it's really good. Feel the
Snapdragon Cup. It's Kobbie Mainoo. Oh, it's a brilliant penalty. It's absolutely brilliant. And Manchester United have won another trophy. I told you about that spiral staircase at Carrington. Up every step, you see a trophy, whether it's the Premier League, whether it's the Champions League, whether it's the Europa League, whether it's the FA Cup, whether it's the League Cup, whether it's the Club World Cup. Now add the Snapdragon Cup onto that spiral staircase, Marcel. That's what it's going to be. Silverware, winning breeds winning. Yes.
Nah, very happy. What a penalty by Kobbie. This is amazing. He's obviously cool and composed as per usual from Kobbie.
Great pen.
Blazed it in confidence. It was a good set of penalties. I like that. I really do like that, and I'll take it. I mean, it's a good lead up.
No misses?
Yeah, no misses. It's a good lead up. And even Cunha's penalty was really good. I didn't feel like he contributed massively to the game in ways, but good penalty. Everyone's penalty was really good.
Yep, good penalties. If you haven't already, guys, click the like button. As Big Yo-Yo says, that should be about purchase. I know, 2 trophies, 200K, 2 trophies. If that's not enough for Flex to get me the Manchester United WWE Championship, I don't know what is, frankly. Well, I do know what is. It's Manchester United signing Donnarumma and Belieber. So, hopefully we get there. And does that change this game from a 1-1 draw to a 1-1 draw penalty shootout victory? Is that what it turns into? Did we end the preseason with a victory?
I'll take that. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the outlook of this preseason, just in terms of the shape of the team and how it looks. It's especially from where it was last season where we finished. It feels positive for me still. Now you have that feeling of it ends on a positive. So yeah, I'll take
That's
it.
that's true. That's what we did in preseason. It's a successful preseason in the sense that we won the Premier League Summer Series, Marcel, and we won the Snapdragon Cup. We won two trophies in preseason. Is that not a bit of
Honestly,
momentum? I mean, performance wasn't amazing, but you know what? Take it.
It really is. I mean, and you go, and if you can purchase 2 more footballers, you've made 5 signings. The squad really looks like it's in a healthy position, and I'm demanding that he gets into Europe and further, and even further for me. Owen, honestly, I want to see the first 5 games and the first 10 games really to really speak on it. But he has to deliver, and I think he's got the right tools there and the right characteristics of players to do that. Especially if you get Donnarumma, even if you get Donnarumma, then now you've got a proper goalie that you can rely on, and then I think you have to get a midfielder as well. How long have we got until the window closes, Owen?
September 1st or 2nd, I think it is. So about 3 weeks away. 3 weeks away. There's a lot of time. There's a lot of time for players to go, and raise some funds and move some players on. I don't think it's impossible at all. Amanor, the super chat says, will there be a full-time viewer members? Full-time viewers back next week. It doesn't occur in pre-season. It'll be back next week, of course, after the game against Arsenal. We're about 50 likes away from 1,500 likes, folks. So if you haven't already clicked that like button, and as you can see in the top right-hand corner there, just 18 to go until 200,500. Just hit 200,000. Yes, they already on the way to 250,000. That's the next milestone. But winning breeds winning. 2 trophies in preseason. An undefeated preseason comes to a close with a 1-1 draw followed by a penalty shootout victory at Old Trafford against Fiorentina. Stay locked in, stay tuned. A reminder, there's going to be fan views coming up from Flex and Co outside of Old Trafford, plus player ratings and more. And then we'll be back tomorrow. What's going to be tomorrow? Tomorrow will probably be a full view tomorrow. So tune in for that. It's going to be a full view tomorrow. It's going to be back usually at weekends. We got moved around last season because of the schedule. But now Manchester United, of course, don't have to play midweek. The full view is not going to be midweek. It's going to be at the weekend, back in its regular time slots on either a Saturday or a Sunday. So stay locked in for that one. Appreciate everyone for tuning in, and stay in tune for the preseason match views. That is the end of the preseason match views. We're back to the Premier League match views beginning next week against Arsenal. Marcel, we're going to probably hear from you on the red carpet, I think. But if we don't, what's your prediction for next weekend?
3-2 win United.
3-2 win. Oh.
Yep. Lots of goals, but we win. We win. So if it's the first few games, we'll win. But that one's going to be an exciting football match. Old Trafford will carry us through this game, and we'll win it.
A Sesko hat-trick?
Sesko will get 1. I think Bruno's going to also going to be part of that, and Brian as well. 3-2 win Manchester United.
There you go. Red Baron says we need a debate, Marcel versus Culture Cams. Have you met Culture Cams before, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. He's a good man. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
A few times now, many times.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned for all of the fan views. We're out of it. Have a good one. Peace.